długiej przerwie. No i co ciekawe, no... Tak, tutaj jest oczywiście przypomnienie, co było w Ugrechcie, jeżeli o to chodzi. Ale no tak, no Hasan no to jest to przypomnienie, no się zmierzył wtedy z...
Opposite Hasan in the final is LAIC champion Miroslav Posledny, who unlike his
Ta czeska szkoła grania królikiem mamy.
His deck might look familiar. Yes, that's right. You guessed it. Mega Lopani EX. It turns out the best way to deal with a bombardment of...
No ale Lopany chyba już też trochę spadła z rowerka, tak swoją drogą. Dobra, już zaraz przejdziemy jeszcze do włączenia. Live'a, tak, pod Last Lane. No i dobra, zaczynamy. Tak, no i mamy prowadzących Shane Barton, Michael East, mamy oczywiście Freya Pearce. No, europejscy ogólnie komentatorzy są całkiem fajni. Ale wiecie, trochę to wygląda trochę taki poziom level of tej Eurowizja. Kojarzycie, wiecie o co chodzi z tą trochę Eurowizją? Kurde, no dalej mecz Izrael. A tak, wracamy już tak z powrotem do tyłu. Jest to i woli przypomnienia, okej, mamy tutaj Ugrecht. Woli ścisłości, jeżeli o to chodzi, jest to oczywiście ostatni turniej europejski w Pokémon TCG, a jednocześnie jest to też pierwszy turniej z formatem Chaos Rising, więc będzie tutaj debiut Osy. Aha, to zostało, że nie wiem. I love it, TikTok. I love it, you. Chociaż raz mogę. A tak, Raging Bolt, dla mnie Bolt to jest już mem. Znaczy no wtedy faktycznie, ale też już w tym Indianapolis ogólnie spadło znaczenie królika. Króliś jest już taki mniej wartościowy. Okej, ja jeszcze tylko uporządkuję to jakoś cudem. Feels like just that is the narrative that just keeps on coming, right? What can beat Dragapult? But honestly, it always comes down also to... No, Kazan wygrał, więc mamy pierwszy, drugi deck, który wygrał z pół, z krabem. Ale, no mamy nowy format teraz. Tutaj 6 Dragapultów, 1 Slopbox, 1 Hunchcrow. Ogólnie Joshua, znaczy jak ktoś nie wie, to Joshua Vandenel to jest Zapdos TCG, tak swoją drogą. To jest belgijski youtuber, który ma tą swoją ekipę. No i ze swoją ekipą właśnie grali ten Team Socket Hunchcrow. No i chyba Joshua na pewno będzie oczywiście na Worldsach, bo to top 4 no też sprawiło jednak to, że on awansował. Tak jak wspomniałem, jest to oczywiście ostatni turniej, więc jest to też przede wszystkim ostatnia szansa, aby... Boże, no te Dance Sportsy są takie... Dysraptujesz, tylko... To jest niemożliwe. No właśnie, no pulty z duchami się zaadaptowały, ale pulty zwyczajne nie. Ty, ale ja tak trochę nie rozumiem graczy straight pultów, czemu nie zaadaptowali tego Team Rocket? Znaczy ja rozumiem, że oni sami grają na Dance Stars, ale Jeszcze przejdziemy do... Jeżeli chodzi o odcinki, to jeszcze przejdziemy do tego cinema. Metang Box. Teraz on będzie mieć update w Bleach Black, bo będzie nowy mega extra drill. Więc będzie grubo. A, jeszcze prawie bym zapomniała, bo przecież co to jest za stream? Tak, mamy 2 Polaków, czyli Rutkowicza i Łaszkiewicza, czyli Oponeo Jerzyka. Mamy 2 Czechów, mamy 2 Brytyjczyków, mamy tutaj... No właśnie, Mirosław Podlesin też ogólnie oficjalnie dołączył do... No właśnie, też zobaczymy, kto będzie tą osobą, która automatycznie dostanie się. Jest to, znaczy special event w przeciwieństwie oczywiście do regionalsów. Jest to event darmowy, w którym dostajemy boosterki. Na invite dalej on jest. Więc tutaj...
Also getting, 600, 700 points on top of that 350 that they earn at the event they won.
Yeah, I mean, you got the best of the best here. No matter which way you look at it, 1,700 points for Tord Reklev. He is obviously
tak, to są mamy oczywiście osoby, które, no tutaj jest jeszcze ten Drop Stevenson, no bo to też top 4, warto zaznaczyć, że top 4 dostaje invite'y, bo jeszcze można zdobyć. Tak, no te osoby to są oczywiście, które sami się dostaną. Drugie mi. Ale tak, w międzyczasie oczywiście zobaczymy sobie tak wgląd na Limitless Lab. Tutaj co ciekawe, Krzysztof Figas ma 3-0 oraz Marcin Kurek ma 3-0. Figas chyba gra króliczkiem. Chociaż pytanie. Czy to jest jeszcze mocna talia? Tutaj widzę, że Maciej Chojnacki po pierwszej przegranej rundzie odbija. No, tutaj niektórzy są już podbijali. Nie, Mateusz Mroczek. Chyba możecie go kojarzyć ze streama z Pragi, tak swoją drogą. No to pan, który grał w to, on był na streamie akurat, pan Mroczek. Taka ciekawostka. Looking at the 44% of Dragapult decks, where Crushing Hammer, this awkward way of putting control into your deck, actually feels pretty good for a lot of players, but still, I mean, it seems like Raging Bolt is going to be your go-fast deck of choice. Znaczy tak, standardowo oczywiście jak to w włoskich regionalsach czy tam special eventach jest. A niestety jeszcze stoły grają, bardzo dużo stołów gra. Tak jak mówię, no tutaj... It's not a big shock to see Dragapult always sitting all the way at the top all the time. It's just that you have the best players on it. I remember a interview with Lucas Zing at Los Angeles. It was just he was saying Aiden Polak, jeszcze Izrael. No zobaczymy. Znaczy ogólnie tak. Jeżeli chodzi o to, to europejskich graczy jest 1000. No z czego oczywiście dominuje graczy z Włoch, no wiele topowych graczy. No i to drugim pod kątem populacji są gracze z Francji, wśród francuskich oczywiście. No cóż, ogólnie wśród tych wszystkich O Boże, to trochę... to wygląda trochę jak tegoroczna Eurowizja. Okej, fajnie, ale co z tego Izraela tam? Jeżeli chodzi o francuskich, to z topowych najbardziej znanych to oczywiście mamy Stefana Ilanowa. W sumie nawet pult z duchami się zaadaptował. Z Brytyjczyków mamy Teda Torbina, który no już wygrał, wiadomo, Drew Stevensona. Znaczy wiadomo, że ci już i tak będą na Worldsach. Ja to widzę, że tutaj chyba już mamy pierwsze dropy, więc trochę mniej ludzi będzie. Kolejny drop. Szua. No. Krastel z młotkami jest bardzo racjonalny, no nie jest jakiś mega przestrzelony build swoją drogą. Chyba z tego powodu, że...
cemented Keris's regionals win.
And as the fellow North American here on the couch, Keris has deserved this for a long time. She was a monster in seniors.
Ona była wielokrotnie w top 4. Ale chyba możecie ją kojarzyć z budowaniem.
And honestly, this is so deserved for her. But of course, Rahul still consistent as ever, right? He travels all around the world playing Pokemon.
One of the strongest players to not win an event, which is a title nobody wants. But it's also a huge compliment to any player because winning
No bo
events
tak,
is
na
harder and
Worldsach
harder than
warto
ever now.
zaznaczyć,
As
że...
over 2,000 players frequently enter these regionals, so Rahul is due one soon for sure.
Absolutely, and we're gonna look at our North American winners, and like I said, in
No
Europe,
też mamy tych wszystkich.
shared out as well.
Do tego jeszcze Tortrakla, który zabrał Amerykanom i do tego Yoshi Yamaguchi. O Boże. Brazylijczyk, Norweg i Japończyk zabierają Amerykanów. No mamy jeszcze Turwina Traina, czyli brata Makaniego Traina swoją drogą. No Sanji, który jakimś cudem dał radę bez Zoraku.
Before it lost its key pieces in rotation, Alakazam taking one, and Zoroark taking one. So NA is looking a little bit spicy.
Ej, ale
with the
serio, to
flavor.
jest crazy.
I think last season there was a lot of repeat winners as
Ja
well
wolę to jeszcze
across
dialekt
the circuits.
tłumaczyć.
Whereas this season it feels like completely unique winners across the board. Many of them getting repeat strong finishes, but not able to tie the win up in multiple events.
Well, that
No,
is
no,
going
no,
to
no,
be
no,
soon to be it
no.
for our lounge segment. We're going to jump right back into the competition very soon. Our competitors have been going and going, and I know for sure I want to see Chaos. I mean, we have barely even talked about Chaos Rising being legal for the first time here. And that is going to be a big meta shift going into NAIC next week. So we know a lot of players are going to be wanting to keep up with the broadcast this weekend. So you can catch all the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast. If you can't find it, Shay's actually pointing to it. Just look for his finger. Yep, see, there it is right there. And you'll be able to not only catch up with us here at TCG, but also VGC with its first Champions event here in Europe and Pokemon Go. And I was talking to some of the Go casters this morning. They might actually be playing their Worlds meta for the first time this weekend. So plenty of fun and games for everyone to enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, the Go format rotates quite frequently, and this is an event where you get to see new moves being used, and I think that's the excitement here in Turin. So many new players, so many new formats, and lots of action to keep up with.
And keeping up with the action you absolutely can on all of our social media platforms. So I was asking in the back if we still show posts. Make sure you #PlayPokemon on all of your posts. I want to see what you guys are thinking about Chaos Rising. Show us your pets. Freya loves seeing your pets. So please, for Freya's sake, show your pets. But also, of course, if you have a spicy Greninja deck list that maybe we could take a look at on stream, a great cosplay, locals watching the stream, we want to see it. Make sure you #PlayPokemon in whatever social media platform you use, X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
Yeah, exciting event. Looking forward to it.
I think, with all that being said though, I mean, don't forget also to follow the channels along on YouTube and Twitch. Play Pokemon on YouTube and Pokemon TCG on Twitch. Make sure you don't miss any of the following action. But with all that being said and done, I think we have a special championship to get on with, don't we?
Yeah, we gotta get to the desk. We'll just take a look at how these tournaments work one more time. We'll be right back.
Co tam się dzieje? A tak, zdążyliśmy ogólnie, więc jest spoko.
Action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and
Zobaczymy,
championship points.
kogo zobaczymy w akcji. Znaczy, jeżeli chodzi o build z królikiem, taka ciekawostka, no to spopularyzował go właśnie Krzysztof Figas. Czyli reprezentant oczywiście trójmiejskiej sceny z Basta Shop. No i to on trochę tego królika spoprowadził, bo zacznijmy od tego, że taka ciekawostka. Rabbitów w pracy było tylko, a 3, a jeden szedł właśnie. Tutaj tu. I właśnie tym jedynym króliczkiem, który wszedł wtedy do tej tu, był właśnie Krzysztof Figas. A potem już tylko kula. Choć jak można zauważyć, troszeczkę zaczyna upadać trochę ten build z tego powodu, że no tak, część buildów zaczęła ogólnie grać właśnie
To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Salve allenatori, benvenuti ai campionati speciali di Torino. I am Freya Pierce. I am joined by the inimitable lyrical wisdom Emily Foreman. How you doing? You look shocked.
Did you practice that?
A very tiny bit.
That was crazy. I got my buongiorno down and I was like, great, that's it. But that's a very American way of thinking. Like, yep, I did the bare minimum. So.
I've got Italian ancestry on my Brazilian side. Let's chalk it up to that.
Of course,
No.
of course. Still,
Okej,
though,
mamy
I
Freję.
think, you know, we didn't have too much time in the
Mamy tą
launch to
drugą
talk,
babkę.
but it
Muszę
is
sobie
Chaos Rising
przypomnieć.
It
weekend.
really,
And
really
it
is.
is the only Chaos Rising event that is not an international. So
Tak,
players are
jedyny,
really going to be
no
ironing
tutaj
down what they're
wspominała
doing
się, że to
for
jest
this
jedyny właśnie
exact
Chaos
moment.
Rising, który
Will
nie jest
Dragon Ball
internationalem.
win again?
Ogólnie taka też jeszcze warta zaznaczenia rzecz dla graczy bardziej komputerowych Pokémonów, tych na Switcha, jeżeli o to chodzi, to ogólnie też mamy też tu wielką zmianę w Turinie, bo... O tak, pokazał, Freya pokazała Special Red Card, czyli chyba największa. To jest big thing, jeżeli o to chodzi. Special Red Card. Jeżeli ktoś nie wie, jest to oczywiście karta, która zastępuje Iono. W odpowiednim momencie może być naprawdę mocna. A wszystkie warianty są tu. O, widzę, że Alkazamów też zrobiło się dużo. Co się znowu z tym Rocketmiotu, kurwa! Ale tak, też całkiem sporo jest tych Team Rocket Hatchcrow, bo 4% i mamy też a la Slotbox. O nie wiem. Znaczy to, że Dragapult 30% prawie Dragapultów jest, no to grubo. Potem mamy tuż za nim wszystkie wariacje, no chyba są wsadzone wszystkie wariacje Ogarpona z Meganium, czyli Hydrapla. Tutaj co tam jest? A nie. Slow King w 4%, Team Rocket Mewtwo w 3%. Zoraków jest mało, a to pewnie dlatego, że za dużo też tych trawiastych. Czyli Zorak ma ogólnie dobrze na pulta, tylko że właśnie co z tego, jak ta meta już urosła do rangi trawiastych trochę. Ale Slow King to jest chyba big. Znaczy tutaj dużą zmianą jest nowy Metagross, tylko że niektórzy chyba chcieli... A czyli tutaj na szczęście zrobili foka. Chodzi o to, że Slow King może to wykonać pod warunkiem, że ma przynajmniej 3 stalowe energie. Ewentualnie jak już, to musi mieć takie, jak już chce wykonać bez tych stalowych energii, to muszą być to te energie takie specjalne, które mogą mieć różnoraki efekt. No, jest tylko Legacy energia. No tylko jakim kosztem? Okej, mamy pierwszą grę. Mamy oczywiście sama Hunta oraz... Lorenzo Sagroni. Tak, mamy sama Hunta, który ma dość skromne osiągnięcia, no bo topił AC 256 i również 256 w Birmingham w tym sezonie, więc no jakieś sukcesy sam ma. Jeżeli o to chodzi. No to zobaczymy na co. No to zobaczymy, co ty tu nam tu się przygotowuje. Więc tak. O! Pszczoły osy! Mamy to! Osy! I to jeszcze z drzewem oliwkowym. Tak, Lorenzo Sagroli gra Bidrille. No, co ciekawe tutaj, no, kontra Draga. O, ba. Zobaczymy, jak te osy się sprawdzają. Arboliwa, ja nie mogę. Dawno nie widzieliśmy w ogóle drzewka oliwkowego w akcji. No niestety tam jedna mid-stage oliwki, aha, 2 kakuny. Znaczy, jeżeli ktoś nie wie, o co chodzi. Bidrill EX to oczywiście jest nowy archetyp, który pozwala nam właśnie atakować 110 za każdego Bidrilla, łącznie z Bidrillem EX w grze. No ale 3-0, to zobaczymy. No to, znaczy tutaj akurat sam ma całkiem spoko start, jest to budew. No ale też jest pokepad, no widzę, że już chyba też już straight pulty nawet chyba zaczęły ogarniać w sumie, że może jednak i tak grać to. No to są? Okej, fan rotom. No, znaczy to będzie dużo włoskich graczy, jakby ktoś nie wiedział. Jeżeli chodzi o tiktokowe rzeczy, możecie dawać oczywiście gifciki, możecie udostępniać. A czy pewnie część tiktokowych by chciała zobaczyć, co się tam dzieje w grze, ale ja się boję, że znowu będzie problem. Bo TikTok jest taki uporczywy. Jakby na to nie patrzeć pod kątem raczej tego typu treści, ale tak, mamy fan Rotoma oczywiście po te wszystkie Dalspalsy, no tutaj są te 2 z 60. One są trochę underrated swoją drogą, bo one mają ten free retreat. Ale to jest ogólnie główny draw Lorenzo, czyli Duduny. Ale trzeba też mieć na uwadze, że mamy jeszcze... Czy on ma? Pokepad, spoczko. Ja bym zagrała Teams Rocket Watch Tower. Znaczy, nie jest to zła ręka, jest Lily's Determination. No to jest ta wersja straight. No widzę, że nawet same straight pulty chyba się nauczyły w sumie po kolegach z duszkami, że ty, może by tak najwyższy czas zacząć grać wieżę. Jednego miała. Watchtower i Lily. Tak, to jest akurat dobre zagranie, no bo też to uniemożliwi przeciwnikowi użycie właśnie dudunów. Oczywiście ciężko domyślić się, jaki to stadion, mianowicie jest to oczywiście Forest of Vitality, czyli nieco znerfiona wersja Forest of the Giant Plant. To on ma dobrą rękę. Jest Puffin, to jest dobra wiadomość dla sama. No, bade Puffin. Jest oczywiście special red karta, więc to nie jest zero zaskoczeń. No. I on ma też pokepada, chyba przygotuje sobie tego Drakolaka, jakby też było jakieś budewańską. Tam chyba mi się wydaje, że jest Moltres. Bo też ostatnio się gra Mortresy. Jakby ktoś nie wiedział. One są bardzo dobre na ogerpony, aczkolwiek to jest Bidrill. A Bidrill nie gra ogerponów. Woli ścisłości. A kto szuka Renifera Gold wysłać? Renifera Gold? Okej, jest EG Polen, czyli żadnych itemów. Znaczy, widzę, że przeciwnik... Okej, widzę, że raczej idziemy slow. On ma stadion? Okej, jest nadal Spars, jest Whittle. Okej, Bidrill, Whittle i The Danspars. No, tylko czy jest stadion do przebicia, no bo... No, Watchtower jest. Raczej podejrzewam, że Bidrille grają 4 stadiony, więc to nie jest jakaś sztuka przebić, ale chyba przeciwnik powinien ma wiedzieć. O. Aha, widzę, że tutaj jest takie... Okej, no to on wie. No, raczej... To Boże, kolejna Lili po stronie sama. Let's go! Mamy Draklocka. No, dużo robił, tak. I chyba też dlatego tam Lowbany spadła z rowerka. W tym Indianapolis. Bo ogólnie najwyższa Lowbany była dopiero na 60. Styl dobry, ale poniżej. Okej, jest drugi Teams Rocket Watchtower. No, chyba widać, że tutaj raczej... Czy nie ma energii? Jest Puffin pomiędzy Puffin a Puffinem. No to raczej wybieram Puffina. Bo co innego. Więc wybór prosty. Tu już mamy trudno. O, Risky Rules.
So in fact, Dragapult, I think, like you were saying, Freya is a very flexible deck. Can really kind of work to its meta here.
Yeah, and just stopping, not being able to advance your board state whilst not taking prize cards, so you can draw
Okej,
off the list so many
attachment.
turns in a row is really, really
No
strong.
jak co? Idź mi Poland? Tak, idź mi w cholerę. Idź mi w cholerę.
And things are going
Co on ma sta-
for Sam really well. Kind of already kind of showing that there could
Chyba
be
trzeba zagrać Lili
a
albo...
dive next turn if he so chooses. The draw of
Aj.
the turn I do not believe was
Ajajajajaj.
helpful, but still,
Nie
I
ma
mean,
stadiona.
Lorenzo doesn't want to put down this Weedle in fear of it getting Phantom Dive
No
next
właśnie to
turn.
jest ten
There's
problem,
really
no bo
nothing
jeżeli
to
postawi
do with the
Weedla,
hand as I see it.
No, it's absolutely dreadful. Yeah, just
no to właśnie jest trochę taka dupa. To jest taki
hate
łatwy
to
targeting
see
dla
that.
pulta.
Back on over to Sam's side, though.
A tam niestety nie gramy
Another
Battle
Lily
Cage.
if he really wants to there. I like what Sam's deck list is really going for. Not only the Rocket's Watchtower, but also playing the Crushing Hammers, which is now feels like the most popular way to play Dragapult.
Dobra,
Psychic
wyślimy.
energy,
Energia.
unfortunately,
O, i
as
Rosa.
well, so we need that
No
fire
chyba też
to
już
start the
widać,
time.
że poogarniali sobie, że jak już niestety kolejna Lili. Okej, ma to sens, bo to jest takie stabilizowanie boardu, bo rzeczywiście mamy tego... Jeden Draclock ma energię, drugi Draclock ma energię, co też oznacza, że to jest też przygotowanie w razie W. Jakby... Właśnie. Jeden zostałby znokautowany, więc jest to taka naturalna reakcja graczy pultów, żeby właśnie stabilizować board. No dobra, mamy kolejne 8 i co my tu mamy? Mamy Dragapulta, mamy... O, faktycznie jest Moltres! No to jest akurat dobry tret na te wszystkie trawiasy. I wchodzi za trzeci. Jest trzeci.
And so will that Pokepad finding the final Dracloak here, as he will be able to use Recon Directive. Now, I'm wondering, just because I've seen
Recon.
three
Mamy to.
hands of Sam that is over 10 cards technically with the Recon Directive, where the Fire Energy? We know that one is prized, right?
No
But
jedna
we've only
jest.
seen these, we've only seen
No
these
chyba...
psychic
Znaczy tak,
energies.
pulta
Now,
ma,
the
więc
result is
raczej
there
chyba...
off of the Recon
Znaczy to
Directive,
się
so
gra
take it
linię
for
3-3,
next
czasami tam
Didn't quite get to
4...
see what he
Znaczy,
grabbed here.
jeżeli się gra Moltresa, to się gra linię 3-4. Jak ile się nie mylę, dobra, no kolejny Ichi Polen. Stadion jest. Okej, hehe. No jest i ono. Cypher Maniac, okej.
That's the thing too. That is the very big green light for Sam next turn to say, okay, you know what? If you're going to stack your deck legally, of
Znaczy tak,
course, with a
Cypher
stadium
Maniac
concept,
Code Breaking. No jest to naprawdę bardzo spoko karta. Używana chociażby była, chociażby w Goldengo, który już wyrotował. Ale też kombi się czasami to na przykład z wieloma innymi rzeczami. No tak, tylko że jak na razie to możemy zmieścić na... No cóż, jak na razie... A, no tak. A, jeżeli chodzi też o topowych graczy, to jeszcze jest Berman Karerman, który też ma 3-0. Okej, Recon Directive.
much the Rosa's encouragement too.
Znaczy
A
pulta na
support card
pewno
I
ma w
actually think is
ręku.
pretty good in
Młoteczek.
hammer Dragapult
No
meta
chyba nie
right
jest.
now.
No, nie ma
See,
energii.
looking through the hand here, has plenty of options to get the Dragapult. Does
Okej,
also
on
have
ma-
the Dragapult in hand.
Tak,
I would have
ognista
loved to see
jest,
the
pult
Crispin
jest.
off of the recon directive to get that monkey dory set up as well.
Yeah.
So you could start
No
pushing
miał,
back
nie jest...
some of these damage
Raczej
counters
miałabym
onto
nie
these
stawiła,
Dunsparces.
bo...
Oh, hold on a second. I think actually with that in mind, Sam has grabbed off that last recon directive the Meowth EX. Maybe he's considering whether to bet for the Crispin. Of course, but he's not able to because the Watchtower. So
Yeah, that watchtower is actually preventing everything that
Dobra,
everything that
attachment.
Sam wants to do with
Chyba
that
Dragapult
Meowth here,
będzie
but
na pewno.
maybe
Już
it's an
chyba.
understanding of, you know what, if you use Cypher Maniac
Idź!
and have a stadium, I'll just get the Meowth ready for next turn as the Itchy Pollen goes through once
Okej.
again for Sam and Lorenzo.
Dobra,
On
buy
the
time.
back foot in
Wchodzi.
terms of setup. We're now in turn 4, Freya.
Jest
and
Lily.
We haven't seen anything
No
other than
dobra.
Itchy Pollen. What
No, we
is
haven't.
Pokemon TCG?
Okej. No to widzę, że Lorenzo stawia na ryzyko, widzę. Bo benchujemy tego biednego Widla niestety, który zaraz zostanie zeżarty. No, dużym problemem trochę Widla jest to, że, uwaga, on ma 50 HP-sów.
The Dunsparce was actually ready to go, so taking a different path, that's okay. Lorenzo now going to be able
No
to
jeden
have the
biedny
delight
Widl.
of drawing 8 cards here. Hopefully going to be able to find a stadium. I know
Czy już
these
chyba
Dunsparces
pult poleci w
wanna have that in
następnej.
their deck.
They really do. So it's going to be crucial
Więc
to find the forest
jesteśmy
vitality here.
ugotowani.
Let's see if
We
Lorenzo
are
has
cooked.
it. He missed.
Nie ma stadionu!
Item
O
cards,
no!
Freya.
Nie ma
All gone wrong. Just another pass over to Sam.
Chłop pewnie gra 4. Nie dobrał żadnego.
What it does best and saying no to
A zamarzyła.
Lorenzo can do. And Sam
No,
is
już,
genius
no,
for
już
not
najwyższy
hitting
czas
the time to
pultem.
dive that last turn now. And there's the Crispin.
Yeah, there's a Crispin already attached for turn onto the Drakloak as well. So there's a very real world where Sam is just
O
going to have
matko,
two Dragapult
chyba
answers and then
będzie.
say, and then what here? Players
ta,
just
ta,
making
ta.
sure that the deck is a little bit far from the deck is a little bit
Tak,
far
tak,
from
no bo
the,
tak chciał.
the other cards, making sure everything is nice and
No, a
able.
gracze
The thing is,
Alkazama to zawsze mają.
Lorenzo put down that
U
wheel
nas
last turn.
Alkazamy to raczej
Freya, and
mają.
only has 50 HP.
Że chyba raczej będzie już wchodził pult, tak? Czy będziemy jeszcze czekać? Okej, attachment. Czy to Dragapult? No, są 2.
We're setting up the damage. That's what we're doing, Freya. We're just gonna set up the damage all the way and then attempt
Dobra,
to
w top
force
deck
fight.
mamy w końcu to.
Yeah, that's
O
what you need,
Boże.
right? And you can
Człowieku,
immediately
czemu
tell
nie
Lorenzo
atakowałeś
what's
cholera
happening
jasna
there, using that
pultem?
dawn
Do
of
jasnej
supporter that we know
kuźwy.
and love at this point. Perfect for a
Pozbyłbyś
deck
się
like
tego
this to get completely
robaczka.
set up with Beach Really X, being able
Nie, no to
to
jest
evolve
absolutne
all the
kino.
way up. Forest of Vitality,
Absolut.
your caster pick for the weekend.
Yes.
Think it's showing its worth.
Yes, so we'll be able to evolve straight away into Beedrill, and as you also said,
No właśnie, to jest taka chyba taki, nie wiem, bubble? Czy nie powinno być też trochę tak, że chłop powinien zrobić Phantom Dive'a? Znaczy jak on zlekał z tym wszystkim, no to oznacza, że czegoś
Czegoś
brakuje.
Yes.
Właśnie to jest taki trochę bubble z stronie sama, no chyba, że że jest jakiś powód tego zagrania, bo czegoś chyba... Znaczy, no Lorenzo przy tak...
Then Sam can say, you know what, great, I'm gonna put all of my Dragapults in play, I'm gonna put all my Monkey Dories in play, then I'm going to wipe all the Dunsparces
bo
if I
tutaj
can
komentatorzy
off your
chyba
bench. You're not
wspominają
gonna have
o tym,
any
że
draw,
chce
you'll just
uniknąć
have
tego Adverstampa, ale
And that's not
wszyscy
gonna
wiemy,
be
że
very
już
hard, especially
Lorenzo
with
wtasował Adverstampa, więc
Lorenzo has.
wytyfy.
So looks like the Dunsparce was the grab for the stage one. Actually gonna go ahead and evolve the active, and that's gonna be really clever.
Człowieku,
Attempting
właśnie
lots of damage,
słyszę,
of course,
że
that the
są nowe
Ichi
prajsy.
Pollen did over 5 turns.
Great 3 cards off the runaway draw there as well. A couple of items still to sift out here. That bug
No,
catching
to...
set really is kind of the life of the deck. Able to use that to look at the top 7 of your cards, take any grasp.
Więc to trochę
energy
cinema,
or
powiem
grasp
szczerze.
on there. So it's pretty useful in a deck like this. But it is going to be all this shuffling thanks to runaway draw. You get to draw 3 cards, but then you have to send
No cinema trochę.
I always tell players if you're going to use something like a buddy
Absolutne
coffin,
kino.
try and like go a little bit faster.
sporo stołów zgrał. Znaczy, dopiero się zaczęłam.
It's actually quite brutal for Sam here because, like you were just saying, Emily, Lorenzo took what 5 damage onto that Dunsparce, so Sam was thinking,
No
oh,
bardzo.
that's a knockout. But now that 5 turns of itchy pollen work has been completely undone by one runaway draw.
Okej, jest Smoliv. Dobra, o Boże. Człowiek, chyba że on tak chyba też czekał chyba na ten moment, kiedy może... Znaczy tak, ta lista nie gra na pewno Candy, bo tutaj tak jak wspomniałem wcześniej, robotę robi ten stak. Zresztą sama Kakuna, która jest też całkiem okej, ona ma tam z takiego, że ona...
So there was a third runaway draw done this turn, but it looks like Lorenzo not comfortable sending up a Weedle or a Fan Rotom yet. Is out of the Dunsparce. He's done 3 runaway draws this turn.
Właśnie, nie może... No, wiem po co, chyba tak dosłownie czekam. No, sam w międzyczasie kupuję, no i to jest dupa. Aha, jak dobierze bossa, to... A, już wiem, bo po prostu tak. O, boss i stamp. Znaczy, stamp teraz mi się nie przyda. Tak, z logicznego punktu widzenia, z tego powodu. Znaczy, no nie ma znaczenia, bo tutaj widzieliśmy, że sam wcześniej dobrą miała i po prostu chyba też czekał na ten piękny moment, aż... Znaczy chyba on może... Znaczy boss, co tu jest do wyboru? No nie widzę. Do wyboru tam. A na pewno już punkt chyba raczej za chwilę będzie. Okej, już chyba raczej sam powiedział, no może koniec tych cyrków. No już Draga podchodzi, tak? Tak, tak. No, okej, bossa ma, więc miał chyba niepotrzebny. Miał? A komu to potrzebne? Znaczy Weedla i tak zmasakrujesz Phantom Dive'em. Okej, boss Rotoma. I co, i ci Polen, czy po prostu już...
Chaos rising, but gameplay slowing. I don't know.
Ale wolno to idzie.
The priorities are for Sam here because
coś tu kombinuje. Ewidentnie. Albo chce po prostu, no idź mi w cholerę takie.
But I mean, Lorenzo going to use another Dawn still can at least get 2 Beedrills set up, but I mean, when you look at what Rumbling Bees does, sending
ale tak, punkt grze Dragapult se czeka.
The Dragapult side, that can easily be Monkey Dory right back to you for a knockout thanks to Phantom Dive. So I don't blame Lorenzo for being
ale tak, kolejne idź mi w cholerę. Serio, to było... Ciekawe jak jest idź mi w cholerę po włosku w sumie. Ale jest trochę tough. Same itemy. To będzie to, co... No to wolno. A ile mamy czasu? O kurwa. Przeciwnik zdesperowany. Oboje gracze mają bardzo dużo, bądźmy sobie, potrącone 3 punkty z pozycji. Co to jest za zasady monetyzacji na TikToku? To jest po prostu odbierz punkty?
We've been through what, 20 minutes so far of the game. You're gonna need to start attacking if someone wants to win.
No właśnie, to jest też śmieszne, że przeciwnik chyba się setupuje po prostu, no po prostu kupuje czas poprzez setup. I co, kolejny boss Weedla?
first?
You know, I've got to imagine, we were talking about at the beginning of the match.
No,
about how,
nie,
you know, the
nie.
nerves might be
To
high
była
with Sam.
talia, no.
I do believe that
Nie no, chłop ma tak dużą rękę, że myliliście mi już talię z... A nie, miał, bo też... No właśnie, no jak już nie ma Watchtowera, to mogę już co miała. Wchodzi słytka kicia. Tak, mamy to, mamy kicie. Ach, no wiecie...
Sam wants to use that boss's orders for maybe another Weedle, getting the damage stacked on the Weedle, just assuming that the Dunsparces are going to go away. There's the attachment onto the Monkey Dory. Boss's orders onto the Dunspars here.
Okej, no dobra, teraz chłop powiedział koniec zabawy. Knockout i Weedle. Tak, w końcu, nareszcie. No, to ma sens. Dobra, finally, w końcu.
I think there was a bit of a miscommunication there. Yeah, I'm fairly sure I saw the gesture being towards the other Dunsparce, so yeah, that's going to be a little correction there. 5 on the Weedle, 1 on the Dunsparce, so that puts both those in range of residual Phantom Dive knockout, which is very nice. But now,
No nareszcie.
Lorenzo has items, baby.
Not only does Lorenzo have items, I think Lorenzo has had that unfair stamp in hand for the whole game. So it can actually use it finally to get things going. Does have the Force of Vitality as well. And I think what Lorenzo is doing is trying to get his items in a row.
No tak, a first to z czego? Boksa, bo tam chyba grały boksy.
To at least start launching some attacks back. But,
No.
oh no, you hate to see it. So now actually has to drop back into it as well.
Ale dobra, jest bug.
To get back into the Dunsparce, so we'll be able to use runaway draw to get there. But like we had talked about, Freya, it will be Sam actually setting up that Monkey Dory for the inevitable sending
znowu te
the
prezenty
damage back,
przerwane
taking
tylko
knockouts.
dlatego, że jakaś licencja. No
Lorenzo
Boże,
privately
rzędy.
hurt a lot. I imagine, like we were talking about earlier, Lorenzo will want to target down something that he can KO. Maybe even to target down that Meowth could be nice, so it's like 2 prizes, but not leaving any damage on board. That could work.
Okej, chyba będzie Beedrill.
Boss's orders and find everything that he really needs at this point.
He does have 1 billion cards in hand, though.
Yeah, really. I mean, that's what some of these decks are coming down to now. It's just, you know what? If I don't attack, I'm just going to keep drawing all of the cards. And thanks to Dunsparce
No
runaway
chyba już
draw,
beknie
you
to
won't
trochę. No dobra,
technically
mamy
deck out if
Kakunę,
you
mamy już
sequence it
pierwszego
correctly
Beedrilla
here. There's
wystawionego.
100 items in hand. No supporters, though. We'll have to decide if it's time to start attacking with these rumbling bees.
Yes, it's...
Tak, w końcu mamy pszczółki, znaczy nie pszczółki, a osy, no bo Beedrill to osa. Nie wiem czemu to się nazywa po prostu Beedrill, skoro to jest bardziej osa. Bliższe osy niż pszczoły.
To string along some crazy multi-prize turns.
To chyba go nie.
Runaway draw is here, so going to draw
Dobra,
those
runaway
cards.
draw.
Sam does find the boss's orders though, so the line that you talked about, Freya, is definitely on the table.
That at the very least, but also like
Mamy też pszczoły, w ogóle armia, tam osy, przepraszam. A niektóre osy w live'ie zaczęły też grać Ticketa. No będzie cinema.
With that buddy poffin as well, so would be able to use it, but can actually throw it away. Just sifting through the deck more and more, finding the Kakuna, the middle stage here.
Skakurek.
I think this might be the most impactful deck to come out of Chaos Rising.
I think so as well. And I think the fact that Lorenzo is holding his own, considering that start, is like impressive enough by itself. Beedrill's already in hand, so with that Night Stretcher, that is Beedrill line number 2 coming in.
Co, Stretcher po co? Stretcher idzie po Weedla. No tak, a ile to gra? 3? Tak, no Force of Vitality, tak jak mówię, garnacja takiego... Ale chyba też wiem czemu też Ichi polenował ogólnie sam, przede wszystkim dlatego, żeby się kupić czas właśnie na ten setup. Też to chyba nie był przypadek. And that boss's orders is quickly coming to the front of the hand. We can only hope it's going to go to the Meowth here.
Yeah, no, that's
perfect bug catching stat, right? What else do you need other than some energy?
No jest energia, no tych energii jest tutaj dużo.
is all that Lorenzo cares about at this point.
No i oczywiście
That
stamp.
was the thing with
Ale jak
the buddy
zauważyłem, że
comp
chyba
that I
tutaj
was
widać,
talking
że
about as
lista
well.
Royalzo
You wanna
różni
play
się
the
względem
deck
tego,
as
co
much
tam
as
było omawiane na
possible here.
odcinku o pszczołach.
Trying to get
Przede
something
wszystkim właśnie
started,
postawiono
but
bardziej na
there's
tę
the
dysrupcję,
attachment for
na co w
turn.
stampik będzie grany.
Will Lorenzo run away draw to find
Chyba,
the
że chcemy
unfair
przeczekać tego stampa.
Boss's orders onto the Meowth, like you had said, Freya, leaving no
No.
damage on the board. But what comes next? Do you re-establish the Dunsparce, or do you
Miał
work with the
spełnił
pieces
swoją
you got?
funkcję, więc raczej...
He doesn't dig for the unfair stamp. He is happy.
A,
to
chyba
sit
czeka na
on the
coś.
Meowth. Once
O,
maybe
rany.
thinking I want to leave that the Dunsparce out for if I get unfair stamps.
Aha, dwa
myself,
widle w
perhaps.
prizach. Matko jedyna,
Heading
absolutne.
back on over
Absolutne
to
kino,
Sam's
ale
side.
jedno już
The
wyjął.
crushing
Dobra, Crushing Hammer.
Unable to see the flip, and it was heads. There goes that energy. We know that Lorenzo does have at least another energy in hand for now. It's now Sam's turn to try and dig for the unfair stamp. And I believe Freya, there it is at the top of the hand already. It's ready to go here. It's trying to get that full board setup. But look at how many cards are in Sam's deck. There's none at this point.
Basically, no, and like what, the crushing hammer's unplayable. It's just, I think at this point, Sam probably just wants to thin as many cards as possible out of his own hand before he unfair stamps, just so he makes his own unfair stamp draws better.
I think for Sam, the key is to not put in more two-prize Pokemon in play, so not another Meowth, for example, bringing that back. The Recon Directive, looking probably also for a way to bump this stadium too. Did play a couple of copies of the Team Rocket's Watchtower, would be able to turn off the Dunsparce here. And there's the Risky Ruins, seems to be the stadium of choice.
It's a counter stadium, but it doesn't stop runaway draw, so a bit of an iffy one maybe.
Yeah, but I think at this point, right, with Monkey Dory now in play, it's actually pretty good for sending those damage counters back on over to the Beedrill. The Beedrill is only the Beedrill, or no, what am I thinking of? No, Beedrill's 310. Oh, but there's the Moltres. I was just about to talk about this. Going a great single prize answer.
He's going to do 220 to that Beedrill with the extra damage of the fact that Beedrill's in the X and the weakness. But here we go, the big bad unfair stamp coming into play.
Gotta figure out how Lorenzo, I mean, thankfully does have a Dunsparce set up, so things are very much okay. Can actually draw out of this, but it really depends on finding another energy for Lorenzo. And for Sam, choosing not to put down the Risky Ruins at this point.
Yeah, maybe just really valuing finding the other Watchtower instead, just to make this unfair stamp more likely to stick. Because obviously with the Risky Ruins in play, the Dunsparce can still do something. Let's see what he finds of the stamp. Does not find the Watchtower.
Doesn't find the Watchtower, does find the special red card potentially, but there's Dragapult coming back into the active, 200 on the Phantom Dive, and then stacking up some more damage around the board, assumingly going to take the Fan Rotom for the knockout, all six damage counters, So it will be Sam now taking himself at an uneven prize, but look at how much damage is on the Beedrill at this point, as it heads back on over to Lorenzo's turn.
Yeah. Runaway draw is going to be perhaps the most important runaway draw of this match so far. 3 cards found. What does he get? Oh, you got to show it to us. There's a grass.
And not only a grass, but a Buddy Poffin and a Dunsparce as well. So that's actually 3 pretty good cards.
Absolutely.
That's probably your best case scenario here. But the problem is Sam has set up so much damage onto this Beedrill for next turn. If Rumbling Bees were to be used on this Dragapult, not only will the Monkey Dory be able to send some of those damage counters back, a Boss's Orders from Sam will be able to get a 3-prize sweep here, putting down the Meowth as well.
He had the Meowth in hand. Wait, with that, I'm fairly sure Lorenzo has got the KO all set up. Because all you need to do is set up one more Beedrill, the grass energy is in hand. That's 330, that'll be enough.
Feels pretty good if you're able to find it all the way, but a lot of those copies of Dawn were actually used in the beginning of the game in terms of trying to find a lot of thinning here. So Freya, while yes, that would be 330, that would save Lorenzo here. I don't know if there's another copy of Dawn to do so.
No, he's played free and the last one's prized. That's brutal. So it has to be Boss's Orders. Oh, Lorenzo.
The one way to make it back into the game, which is just taking out this Dragapult. unfortunately unable to happen here. So now Lorenzo just has to try and safeguard this Weedle. Because if Sam is able to find a boss's orders next turn, would be able, and Lorenzo were to retreat this B-drill, right now, if Lorenzo doesn't retreat, there's the 3 prizes right there.
Absolutely devastating. Just out of what that one last Dawn would have done the trick, but with the last one being prized, instead, yeah, has to attach, and it's going to be boss's orders onto what? I mean,
onto what, right?
Yeah.
That's the Monkey Dory Moltres at this point. Taking out taking the Drac Cloak here, but I think it's just Sam with game on board can draw for turn, but Freya, correct me if I'm wrong, if it's not just Phantom Dive onto the B-Drill EX and the
correct.
Weedle, and after a almost 30-minute game
Yes.
1, will be Sam Hunt taking it.
God, that is what a absolute slugfest back and forth, about as grindy a game as you could ask for. And yeah, it really, if that last Dawn wasn't prized, Lorenzo probably would have been able to take out the Dragapult, and it would be a completely different game. As it stands, though, that's all she wrote. That, though, not able to find those last pieces for the Running Beast KO. Let's look back at that absolute monster of a game.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at how much work Team Rocket's Watchtower did for many, many turns. These Dunsparces were stuck on the bench for quite some time. Now, granted, Lorenzo's prize cards did not help him at all either. But still, I mean, once the bees were out, they were doing their thing. But by then, Sam had had enough time to attach energy to all 3 Dracloaks on the bench and the Monkey Dory. So was prepared for essentially any scenario. Had the great idea of bossing the Meowth to leave no damage on the board to be sent back. But it doesn't matter once, you know, Dragapult has kind of put you in the corner and says, hey, it's checkmate right here.
Yeah, and it does make you wonder, because, I mean, it's a bit tough because it ended up paying off, like, holding onto this to Dunsparce for after the unfair stamp. But maybe if Lorenzo had found his own unfair stamp first, would that have maybe been a bit better? It's hard to say with the benefit of hindsight, but either way, yeah, wow, what a slugfest of a game 1 that was. And we only have 18 minutes left for game 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's the big thing with this new meta, right? Is that, you know what? Hey, Badu is just going to give me all the time I need. Still resolving some mulligans here. I'm not quite sure who wants to go first and second, but you could probably assume B-Drill wants to go first.
I would think so, yeah.
Because you want to evolve. Prize cards going out here for both Sam and Lorenzo. The copy of Rosa going into the prize cards, not too crazy, but unfortunately for Lorenzo, not going to have access to the whole hive.
No, but it has access to at least enough of the hive to do 330, so definitely nowhere near as bad as game 1. And yeah, looks like Lorenzo will be choosing to go first, like we predicted, and starting off with a Pokepad, so this is already looking, well, I guess it depends on what's in the rest of the hand, but this is already looking okay.
Lorenzo doing the counts now, and I wonder if Lorenzo is going to learn his lesson from the last game and say, you know what, maybe I'm not going to fill the board too much with Dunsparces, maybe just get the Weedles going instead, so can take some of these early KOs with B-Drill rather than just waiting for it to sit down. But still, this Fan Rotom card that we've had now for quite some time really is a perfect partner for Dunsparce EX. Only on your first turn, you can go in, you can grab those colorless Pokemon, and it's a perfect way to fish the Dunsparces out without using too many resources to do so.
Yeah, has 1 Dunsparce prize, but the 3rd one is ready to go in hand, so did just use the Fan Rotom for 2 of them, and actually is just going to prioritize that. And I guess actually that kind of makes sense, because the rest of the hand is looking pretty dire, so he kind of wants to thin out as much as possible and give himself as many chances to draw as possible. But how does Sam respond? With a double Pokepad!
That feels pretty good. Kind of a diet buddy poppin', I guess,
actually,
right?
Yeah.
Like,
but maybe even, I guess, maybe even a better one, because he can grab stuff that's more than 70, but you need 2 cards to do it, so
yeah, and
swings and roundabouts.
Sam's prizes still also are looking pretty good. Did use the only copies of Pokepad in his deck to do so, but with a Lily's Determination in hand and no Badu just yet on the board, will have to, if he wants to continue doing his big, you know, lock with the stadium and lock with Itchy Pollen, will have to draw into some energy, a Badu, and a stadium to go with. But in terms of first turns, Sam's last first turn in game number 1 much better than this.
Yeah, at least so far, right? I mean, all it takes is for Sam to find, you know, a Buddy Puffin or 2 in an energy, and suddenly this is going to look like a phenomenal turn 1. So let's see what he finds. 8 cards drawn.
Still access to both Watchtowers as well in the list. Finds the energy. finds the Badu. Is there a watchtower to go with as well?
No, it's 2 out of 3.
Oh no!
But you know what I say, 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
No, definitely not here, but Dragonbolt isn't known to be playing this rare candy anymore to really respond back, but it is going to be Itchy Pollen from Badu taking some damage and locking Lorenzo from playing item cards.
Oh my goodness. Lorenzo top decks the Meowth EX for turn. If Sam had found the watchtower, that would have been absolutely devastating, but because he missed it, now Meowth can get Lorenzo right back into this game.
Choosing whether to go between Dawn or a full hand refresh with Lily's Determination. And I think with Dawn, you are able to at least grab the Dunsparces and start sifting through the deck just a bit more. Can also get those Weedles into hand as well, as the Dunsparce does technically free up a bench space. So if Lorenzo is able to find that Forest of Vitality, we could start seeing some attacks go, because Lorenzo, truly on the back foot, does need to win this game in 14 minutes in order for him to at least force a tie.
Yeah, it's going to be, he wants to go as lightly fast as he possibly can, and yeah, finding a Weedle, a Dunsparce, a Weedle, a Weedle, a Weedle, a Dunsparce, and a Beedrill EX will be the way to do it. Runaway Draw comes in. Forest of Vitality needs to be found, so at least do 110. That will be enough to KO a Badu, but I didn't quite see if he found it off the Runaway Draw.
Didn't see it much either here. The problem is, I mean...
Oh, he found it!
Oh, okay, there it is. Finds the Forest of Vitality here and will evolve all the way up into the Beedrill EX. Currently only hitting for 220 damage, but that is certainly enough here. No fear of the unfair stamp for Lorenzo, saying, you know what, it's time to get some prizes. We gotta go now.
He doesn't have time to be afraid of the unfair stamp here. He needs to take 6 prize cards as fast as humanly possible, so I really like this a lot from Lorenzo.
Okay, back on over to Sam's turn. Can take his time, but the thing is, Dragonbolt's not known to play rare candy anymore, so we'll just be kind of working with the Dracloaks this turn. I see the only way of Sam really kind of trying to slow Lorenzo down is just flipping a couple more heads on Crushing Hammer. Now, granted, Rumbling Bees only needs 1 energy to attack, but looking at the Dark Energy attachment, there's the Crushing Hammer. Is it heads? No. So Beedra will be still able to attack next turn. And Lily's Determination to bail Sam out. He needs some serious help now.
Yeah. Needs a watchtower at the very least. Another way, Itchy Pollen again would be nice, but at the same time, this is a very different scenario to game 1, right? Because Lorenzo has a Beedrill doing 220, so that you won't be able to get away with doing Itchy Pollen for 5 turns in a row.
8 cards for Sam here. Still though, like you said, Freya, I mean, Lorenzo's ready to go at this point. It doesn't really matter what Sam is going to put in the active. Beedrill is already doing enough with just 2 Beedrills ready to go. So second attempt at Crushing Hammer. It is a heads.
Okay.
Will be able to at least discard the only energy on the board. You can assume it is going to be the one on the active. There's the Team Rocket's Watchtower. The evolution into 2 Dracloaks, and does also have the unfair stamp to go with.
Me. Now that's a turn 3, or the turn 2 or turn 3. Anyway, that is a turn that you can get behind if you're Sam.
Feels pretty good for Sam. We'll shuffle in, but still, like we said, Freya, it's going to come down to Sam trying to find a way to link those multi-prize turns. Not just 2 prizes, is going to need to swing for massive amounts of damage. Going to need to probably take 2
Okej, no to sam wygrał pierwszym.
to get 3 prize cards each. So stacking on
Właśnie
some
szkoda,
more
że nie
damage.
widziałem, jak on
Just
to
like
wygrał.
Moltres as well. I feel like Moltres, out of all of the Pokemon that we kind of see in this deck, it's kind of that tech card for taking down some big EX Pokemon like
ja
the
nie
Teal
widzę.
Mask Ogrepon, but it can stack a pretty heavy amount onto the Beedrill.
Czasu nie ma dużo.
That and then finish off with a couple of residual Phantom Dives or something like that. And this combo especially is devastating because it's one thing to be hit with Unfair Stamp when you have the Dunsparce, but we're talking about an Energyless Beedrill EX, a Watchtower in play, no the Dunsparce out, and actually it's just going to be, finds that Badu, and actually it's just going to go for, well, Recon Directed first, but I think it's going to be Itchy Pollen again.
When was the last time you saw 4 Dreepies on the bench?
Okej, jest Crispin, ale chyba Crispin na
I
następny.
feel like players most likely are just like, yeah, no, I only need about 3, then, you know, maybe a Dunsparce, maybe a Moltres, and then good old Monkey Dory to go with. But Sam's really utilizing that Recon Directive to sift through the deck as much as possible.
And then what is that hand? Oh, fight the Lily's Determination!
O Boże! Top deck!
He only plays
Why
1!
not?
He plays 1 and he found it. Lorenzo bailed out at the opportune
O
moment.
Boże,
Goodness
top
me.
deck.
You know that was Lorenzo's like 59th card, and the testing group was just like, "You're never gonna find
Okay,
it. You only have one. You're never gonna find it." And it's going to go back into this exact moment and say, "Hey, I found it."
No do
Still, though,
w
won't be
dupę,
able to draw
poznaczcie
the
to
full
znam.
8, but we'll be able to at least
To
draw
jest
6.
energia.
And there's that
Bad news.
energy needed to attack. So we'll be able to at least find that. Unable to get out of the watchtower, but still, I mean, Lorenzo has already been unfair stamped, right? So doesn't have to fear that again.
Młotek.
Crushing
Młotek.
Sam,
I
unfortunately
fail.
flipping tails.
So if thinking about average so far, I guess, one no, one yes, another no, but here comes a recon directive.
No,
Because the fourth cloak is ready to go in hand.
I think the biggest question for Sam is, okay, I have the Crispin, I have the Ultra Ball. Is it time to start
A ten
spreading
Dragapulta też
damage
ma.
around? Thanks to the Watchtower, these Dunsparces aren't going to go back inside of the deck, and still needs to start
Dragapulta
lining
też
up
ma.
the prizes that he needs to take in order to win this
Chyba.
set 2-0. Because Freya, there's less than 10
Crispy?
minutes left at this point.
And of course, something that's very nice here. Lorenzo is opting to play as part of his Dunsparce line.
No
One of
dobra.
that's 60 HP free retreat Dunsparce. That is
No,
very
raczej
easy pickings for a
pozbycie
fan
się
of
jednego
Dunsparce bench damage.
Dasa spowoduje
I love how
rzeczywiście
Lorenzo's
to,
just
że...
getting the dice ready.
He knows what's coming.
I mean, I think that is like the key to playing against the Dragapult. You just grab like 3 of
Nesta.
the 6 count die and then one
Wiemy
of the 2.
też, że sam gra proste.
Finds the boss's orders as well here. A sigh of relief. So
Znaczy
now
boss
Sam
na następną
also finds
zapewne
fire energy,
będzie.
but Sam definitely feeling so good right now. Could boss the Meowth next turn for a nice 3 prize sweep,
Absolutely.
potentially, if he's or actually even a 4 prize sweep, right? We'll be able to
No, jeszcze
knock
to jest
out
ten
Beedrill
Moltres.
as well. So here we go,
Knockout
going to
na
take
Beedrillu
the
i
Phantom
60
dive here
budu na
and just
wszystko,
taking
tak?
all of those hit points
No, no to jest ścięty draw.
So 6 on the Dunsparce will be enough for a knockout, so that's going to
Jakie
be
to
the
miał
first prize
prizy,
for
tak
Sam this
pytanie
game.
za 100 punktów.
How do you respond if you're Lorenzo?
This is so scary, Freya, because if Rumbling Bees were to hit Sam again, it's Monkey, Dory, send the 3 damage counters back, profit, right?
It
4
is.
prizes, and that's
Dobra,
the win for
no.
Sam here. So has to be very mindful of what he's going for. Is luckily on that 2-2-2 prize map, but do you really want to hit a Dragapult?
I mean, I guess in an ideal world, you need to take 2 more knockouts to win no matter
No,
what.
że
but
ja
it
sobie
is
zobaczę
very
czwórkę.
risky. But I think you just have to go for it here. 'Cause
Jezus.
otherwise if you're not taking knockouts, you lose anyway. Maybe if you can attack with the other
That's
Beedrill, but that would
tough.
only make Sam's life a little bit easier because the residual damage can work. Yeah, it's a very tough spot for Lorenzo no matter which way you look at it.
No, tylko że jak wystawi widla, to jest takie kolejne łatwe paralizik. Okej. Musisz Foresta. Jakby na to nie patrzeć.
But still, how do you win this game in time?
Nathaniel z sypką.
And also, I don't recall seeing
Wygrał.
a Forest of Vitality in Lorenzo's hand, unless I missed it.
No, Kurek przegrał. 16 punktów minimum.
No, can't do it. Good. Yes.
Nie możesz! O nie! Dobrze, że sam upomniał. Tak, dobrze, że sam ogólnie przypomniał mu człowieku, ty nie możesz. Okej, jest Monkey Dory. Tak, dobrze, że w ogóle sam to przypomniała, bo byłaby dramat.
It's not gonna be that full game win, right? But you're looking at a much better prize map. There's the darkness energy being attached. Trying to find the bosses or trying to find some more resources at this point, but still, I mean, you got everything you need. Maybe a Crispin for next turn if this Dragapult were to realistically go down. But the unfair stamp has already been used and Sam has been able to get out of it.
Rosa Edge Management.
A crushing blow for Lorenzo as with no out to the watchtower. Just left with the Dunsparce doing nothing, and as you mentioned, Emily, Sam has the boss's orders and a Monkey Dory ready to go.
Okej, czyli co? 30 wrotoma?
Wiser for Lorenzo to not attack there if the KO wasn't happening, but maybe you just can't afford to do that.
Okay, it's not going for the full 4, but will be taking the 3 here. I mean, Meowth isn't going to use Tuck Tail anytime soon.
No.
So it is it's a great juicy option, right?
No.
To just be able to keep going. But still, I mean, the Beedrill is going to come up into the active.
No, brakuje
There's no
jednego
way of
Beedrilla.
building this
I to jest
stadium.
tough.
There's no way to draw cards. There
O, Sam spojrzał Pokepady i miała. A, Rosę wyjął. Nice. Cyphermania? Chociaż Rosa w strejcie z duchami to by się... no dobra, jest Cyphermaniak. Człowieku, no nie wiem.
Exactly equal win. It's a matter
Coś
of
chłopie
if
musi...
Sam finds another gust.
To miały...
No, but he didn't use it last turn though.
Czy nie wiem, czy on nie robi salt. O, Sam ma bossa w następnej. On ma bossa. Człowieku, boss miała i koniec gry. Sam Hunt wygrywa 2-0. Po co się zbłaźniać?
Just saying, you know what, that Meowth isn't going anywhere. I always lean towards the, you know, let's just take the most amount of prizes in a quick second. And for a game that was kind of slow in game number 1,
Incredibly
game 2
slow.
felt anything but.
And it's a real shame. Commiserations to Lorenzo. I mean, definitely showed the power of what Beedrill can do, but I think also showed some of the ways it can come a little bit undone. And I think very timely there, the drop of that Team Rocket's Watchtower. When you're running a Dunsparce engine and you're getting hit with Item Lock and no colorless abilities, you're gonna have a very bad time.
Let's be honest here, right? Mike Ellis alluded to it in the lounge, and it is what happens the week before influences what goes on now. And it feels like 2 copies of Team Rocket's Watchtower is 100% the way to go. And still, I mean, crushing hammers, just, you know, paying rent. Like, this is, like, all right, this is just the way that people are going to adapt to Dragapult, and, you know, this is the next best thing for Dragapult. But, I mean, Lorenzo, started 3-0, right, with the bees.
Yeah, so
clearly something is going right for Lorenzo. We just didn't get to see it go all the way to fruition.
Yeah, I think it really was just the fact that Sam was so well prepared for a matchup like this, especially because Lorenzo is opted to play away thick at the Dunsparce line, and with the Meowth as well, actually gets hurt more by that Watchtower compared to some of the other Beedrill lists that might be in the room. And we saw that come to fruition multiple times in that game. And yeah, game 1, but now in game 2 as well, where it really just, this Watchtower plus unfair stamp was basically what sealed the deal.
And you were talking about it a little bit earlier before our match started, Freya, that Sam is technically on the hunt for worlds. So
Absolutely.
A lot of European players are not going to be able to make it all the way to New Orleans. So this is your last chance, no matter what, right? So performing well here is the difference between a world's invite and not.
And with this win, as we see there, at the end of the game, this Phantom Dive coming in, just dealing with that Dunsparce, but Sam very confidently taking down this match, and that will mean he is 1 win closer to getting that top 8 placement that he needs to put himself in contention of making it to that top 148 ranking, I believe.
Yeah, something like that. Thanks to automatic invites,
yes.
It's a little bit more than 135, but we like to say 135 just because it's the way it goes here.
Yeah,
but
making it past the threshold. There we go.
You get your Worlds invite, book your plane ticket to San Fran. I am so excited to see what comes from this tournament. I love a high stakes tournament.
We do, I do as well. Notably though, we did not see the special red card. We saw it in the hands, but it really was the unfair stamp again. We were talking about how maybe the deck building space for ace specs will perhaps vary a little bit. In that game, not so much. Both lists playing that unfair stamp still.
You can't, I mean, it works, right?
Yeah,
it just still works. Like, I don't know, like, sometimes things call for it, sometimes things don't. Sometimes you find the line for it, sometimes you don't. And, you know, that's the thing with this special red card is that we know as players, like, it's pretty useful. Like, if you're able to find it, but sometimes in certain matchups, maybe you don't need it. I mean, Team Rocket's Watchtower did pretty much all the work there. And Buddy, really, in game 1. But didn't need to use the special red card from Sam's side, but definitely going up against something like an Alakazam, that combo of Team Rocket's Watchtower and the special red card, that's some big damage.
No, unfair stamp, finding Watchtower, finding Sam the victory there here. If you had any nerves on stream, he definitely didn't show them. He played cool, he played confident, and I would love to hear how he felt about our match. So let's go over to the lounge to hear from our winner.
Yeah, thank you for that, Freya. Yep, I'm joined with our round 4 winner here, Sam.
Yeah.
Advancing to that perfect 4-0 record. My first question is, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling pretty great. Like the game, like game 1, I was just bothering him the whole time, and he couldn't really do much, and I was just waiting to go in with Dragapult and setting up the energies on my board. And then
that's interesting. One of my questions was actually going to be about game one. I think it's safe to say you had a lot of early opportunities to start attacking with the Phantom Dive, but you definitely played a bit more patiently. Why was that?
Yeah, because I didn't know what his A-spec was, and I didn't know if he was going to play unfair stamp, and I wanted to just get my whole board set up, get all the energy, so I don't need to be playing Crispin in my next turn. I can just attach boss and, yeah, just keep up with energy attachments, really, and build my board.
Oh, that sounds good. I mean, it definitely worked. Now, my next question is going to be, you know, this is our first event now with Chaos Rising. Beedrill, safe, one of the more premier decks to come out of this set. Is it something you tested against, though?
No, to be honest, it's not something I tested against. Most of my testing was the Pult Mirror, just because all my friends had bought Pult to the event, and that's literally what we were playing with the hammers. And there was a bit of Zoroark, but not much. Yeah, mainly my testing was just Dragapult.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a pretty safe thing to do there.
Yeah.
So, one of your key cards that worked wonders for you in that match, the Team Rocket's Watchtower. What made you want to play that for this weekend?
Well, so originally I was playing the Dunsparce build with just the 1/1 Dunsparce line and the Risky Ruins, but in the past couple of events, everyone's just been playing it, and obviously you've got Meowth and Kangaskhan, which are just big in the meta, so I thought I'd just cut the Dunsparce line and play the Watchtowers to stop everyone else playing Dunsparce and the other Pokemon as well.
Well, I think that's some good theory in him, because it seemed to come up quite well there in that match. So, we've been doing some maths here behind the scenes when we saw you coming on, and we worked out that if you secure yourself a top 8 placement or better, you'll find yourself at a World Championship invite. Is that something you're gunning for this weekend?
I mean, it's something I was aware of. If I got top 8 or top 4, I was thinking I would be able to go Worlds. It's not what I came here for. I just came here to play the game and have fun. But yeah, if it happens, then I'll probably be going to Worlds. But we'll see.
Okay, we definitely will see. Well, don't sell yourself short. You're already at that perfect 4-0 record. Thank you so much for your time, Sam. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
But now, if you want to have a recap of our last European event, you're in luck. Don't go anywhere.
For the 4th year in a row, we return to Utrecht for another action-packed weekend of Pokemon TCG. This year, 2,150 trainers entered the Dragon's Den to see whether Dragapult would continue its post-rotation dominance from Prague, or if they could overcome an onslaught of Phantom Dives. Early rumblings suggested Mega Lopunny might spring into action this weekend. In round 4, we saw Utrecht 2024 champion Owen Kammerman showing off its power on the feature table. It was a clear frontrunner for the deck to watch. Whilst the story of Mega Lopunny was unfolding, many trainers were creating their own breakout performances with unique decks. Joshua Vanovashelder led the Swiss with Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Finally finishing 4th, Joshua has certainly inspired players all over the world to give the deck a try after ruffling the room with Rocket's feathers. Trainers were feeling the pressure in Utrecht, aiming to snap up some championship points for their invitations to Worlds. Many strong trainers achieved high finishes to do just that, but nobody embodied that quite like North America's Hassan Kanukcu, who made the trip to Europe for that very reason. Piloting Andrew Hedrick's 60 that won Los Angeles just 1 week prior, Hassan journeyed all the way to Utrecht's grand final, earning 325 CP, and now is in a great position for a Worlds invite. Opposite Hassan in the final is LAIC champion Miloslav Posledny, who, unlike his LAIC victory, decided to counter the power of the dragons rather than harness it. His deck might look familiar. Yes, that's right, you guessed it, Mega Lopunny EX. It turns out the best way to deal with a bombardment of Phantom Dives is to heal it all away with Wally's Compassion again and again until eventually you Gale Thrust all the way to become Utrecht Regional Champion. The season is really heating up, so make sure to tune in to all the action by visiting pokemon.com/broadcast.
In the Pokemon TCG, there are some terms that you might hear that might not be so obvious what they mean at face value. So today, let's take a quick crash course on some of them. Toolbox. What is a toolbox deck? A toolbox deck is where you aim to build a deck that has a wide range of attackers. So you always have one attacker to use against every other deck in format. This, in theory, should help make your matchups more positive in your favor. Terrestrial Box is a very good example of this right now, since you play Lily's Clefairy EX for Dragon types, Tilmask Ogerpon EX for Dark types, and Wellspring Ogerpon for Fire types. And for basic attacking decks, you can sometimes use Terrapagos EX's Crown Opal attack to completely become immune against them. And for everything else, Topaz Bolt from Pikachu EX normally cleans them up. Now, while these kind of decks sound unbeatable on paper, they often lack consistency, since they have to play a lot of different energy cards and a lot of different Pokemon as well. But they normally are very fun to watch. Gust. The term Gust goes all the way back to base set, and has been very important to the game ever since. Gust relates to cards that swap your opponent's active Pokemon. Gust of Wind was the first one of these, all the way back in base set. But since we have had cards like Boss's Orders, Lysandre, Prime Catcher, Guzma, and Lycanroc GX, all of these are known as Gusting cards. As you can imagine, these cards are normally very powerful and are seen in almost every deck in format right now, making them a true cornerstone of every format they are available in. Safeguard. The term Safeguard refers to Pokemon that have abilities or attacks that make them immune to other Pokemon. For example, Crystal's ability makes it immune to damage from EX Pokemon, and Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability makes it immune to damage from Pokemon that has an ability. So these could be referred to as Safeguard Pokemon, even though their abilities aren't specifically called Safeguard, like Mimikyu for example. So now that we're all clued up to some Pokemon jargon, let's see if any of these terms will make it onto the show this weekend. So let's get back to the action. Alright then, so they say all roads lead to Rome. But for this weekend, all roads lead to our last European event here for this season. I'm Shay Byrne and I'm joined by the one and only Mike Ellis. How are we feeling this morning?
Oh, I'm loving it here in Turin. Had a wonderful little holiday beforehand and now get to see some Pokemon action, which is definitely going to be exciting. We've already seen an interesting new deck from Chaos Rising on the stream and hopefully get to see more.
Yeah, well, that would be nice. We haven't had much.
Ale serio, tak swoją drogą, przerwali mi transmisję tylko dlatego, że poszłam sobie zjeść. No powiem, że no podziwiam tą aplikację. No wiecie, spędzić czas z rodziną albo no to istotna rzecz, tak jak mówię, no. Caster Prediction. O, widzę, że Shane... O, mamy Caster Prediction, więc popatrzymy sobie. Widzę, że pan Shane Barton kocha właśnie Slowkinga. Widzę, że Freya postawiła na Beedrilla. Mike Ellis, który kochał właśnie Greensnalla, właśnie stawia na Greensnalla. No i potem wiatraczek. No, oczywiście tutaj Dragapulcik. No i Special Red Card. No i tutaj Freya kocha pszczoły, czy osy. No to są osy. Tu mam dużo tych gier, które... Ja wiem, że ktoś zrobił kiedyś serię, że kupił dużo gier i żaden z nich nie grał. Też zauważyłam faktycznie, że na Steamie też trochę takich tytułów.
Handheld fan. I think that's a really strong card right now in the format, especially as people lean towards Rocket's Watchtower. You're not going to have much to worry about in terms of.
A już szoka. No wiem, że jest zainstalowany Uncharted. No za VR-a. Mam VR-a. No to osobno jest beż. Forces mi się podoba. Ty Dirta Rayleigh nie grałem. I Dirta znam ogólnie. Znaczy, jest Dirt zwykła, to jest Rayleigh 2.0 i to jest różnica taka, że tak. Dirt, bo ja mam piąteczkę, chyba że... No, piątkę mam na płycie, akurat piątą część Dirta. Nie jest ta różnica. No, kto jeszcze miał PF? Znaczy Dirta też 5 mam, ale... Znaczy głupota zrobiła, że ja tego ściągnęłam, mimo już nie było takiej konieczności. To był do odebrania Dirt 5. No i już Dirta 5. A nie. Mam na PS5, więc też nie odbierałam. A był kiedyś ten 5. Hollow Knight. No wiadomo, nie? Ale ogólnie jest absolutnym... No wiecznik się ściąga. Popykamy z skate'a. Coś tam nowego jest, ale dircik będzie. Jakie oddam dirty? No ja mam jeszcze Dirta 2 na PS3. Aha, mamy tutaj Juliusa Bradfielda, mamy oczywiście Kima Portega i Fabio Bastalella. No, ta dwójka już zrobiła. Julius Bradfield, który reprezentuje Słagi Karpa swoją drogą. To jest ta sama ekipa, w której możecie znaleźć Onwirna Swindwurda oraz właśnie... Znaczy tam dużo. Znaczy ogólnie jeżeli chodzi o to, to akurat zerem zaskoczenia, jeżeli chodzi o Turin, to oczywiście dominacja graczy z Włoch. No bo wiecie, no dużo włos... San Amsterdam. Brzmi jak San Amsterdam? XD? O, Krzysztof Figas ma 4-0. Nataniel Sypko oczywiście 3-1. Kurek. Chojnacki, no niestety przegrał. I Jagiełko drop. 3-1 drop. Niektórzy jeszcze walczą.
They're in a strong position to make worlds by being quite high in that European leaderboard, but they're the scary players that could be stealing spots, stealing points from other people. If they get a top finish, that's less top finishes available to those
Ale powiem, że aż tak
150 range in Europe looking to try and secure loads of points to rise up the leaderboard.
Scary times, I think. This is interesting because if you're, let's say, European player who's in that
Czwarty już sezon.
at the start of the show,
Okej.
if you're in this sort of range where you're at the sort of 1543 to 139,
Cut off rankings. Tutaj są jeszcze poza. To są ci, którzy są zaznaczeni. I Ronnie Nielsen. O, jest Bernard Kosiński. Kościk poza rankingami. No możecie udostępniać tak swoją drogą. Ale tak, to co tutaj jest zaznaczone oczywiście na... To co jest tak nieco przyciemnione, to są ci, którzy no, mimo że mają dużo punktów, to oni się nie załapują. No Kościnka niestety nie ma w Turinie. Więc on może się nie dostanie. Niestety. A ci poświetleni to są ci, którzy w zasadzie właśnie... To jest właśnie ten champion. O, tutaj widzę, że mogę ustawić teraz. O tak. Might not be enough for some of these players, so they're going to be really pushing their limits right to the very last round. A to mi się podoba, że można.
exactly how it is at this sort of make or break or part of this season. You know, with this new sort of championship, world championship qualification. I think we're 2 seasons into it now, where you have to sort of stay in the 135 bracket up and higher. It really means if you are towards the bottom end of that, you have to go to these later events in the season.
Hey!
You have to place well. And Mike, if you're one of those players that was in, you know, that sort of 130 through 146.
Ale musi być pełny ekran.
Not by the way, because he's very good. Go on, Mike. How would you be approaching these last events if you was in that sort of lower end territory?
Yeah, I mean,
Hey, I have something new to teach you.
If you do make
Something
worlds, it's great practice for
dark.
worlds as well. So you really
Znaczy trochę powierało, ale wiecie, skate jednak jest taką grą bardzo niszową, więc... Chociaż tak zauważyłam. Ale wiecie, że na przykład z tego skate'a możecie grać bez plusa, bo na przykład PC-ciarze często właśnie argument na to, że no bo tak, Fortnite, bo skate... Stałem... Nie, wystrzeliłem się nagle. Znaczy w ogóle PC-ciarze podają, mam wrażenie, takie głupie argumenty. Tak, ludzie kupują konsolę przede wszystkim, żeby się rozłożyć na kanapie, bo jednak granie na konsoli jest zupełnie inne. Niektórzy jeszcze kojarzą, kurde, PC tak kuźwa z pracą. No bo jak mają się zrelaksować przy kompie, skoro... A po drugie, przewagą jednak PC to jest to, że ja... Halo. Dzięki temu mogę streamować na jednym kompie. No bo jednak dzięki temu to jest istotna też rzecz, bo pod kątem też na przykład streamowania mi się wydaje, konsola jest też dużo bardziej convenient. No bo tak, bo jednak nie oszukujmy się, konsola oszczędza właśnie na moc przerobową komputera. No jak ja jeszcze mam odpalonego Streamlabsa cały czas, no to trochę i do tego jeszcze no gierka, tutaj streaming, no to trzeba też mieć na uwadze to, że faktycznie konsola oszczędza właśnie nam tego wszystkiego. Like a pro! No to próbujemy. To jest po prostu opłacalne. Mi się opłaca właśnie ta konsola. Właśnie, no a poza tym na tej konsoli nie gram żadnych jakieś topowe gierki. Pykam głównie. Ja. No to też nie jest łatwo, bo tu jest, trzeba wejść. A, bo miałem zrobić manuala lub or flip to z manuala. A! Okej, tu jest reklama tych lokalsów. To chyba nie będzie łatwe, powiem tak. Ale serio. Fajne, że mam napisane wpyty. Okej, udało się. Wszystko pewnie nie, ale... Ale większość mi się udało. No, witam wszystkim. Dobra. Chyba nie widzę sensu dalszego, bo ja bym się zanudziła trochę na śmierć, robiąc to samo. Ale moje tak było so close. Myślałem, że będzie trudniejsze, ale udało mi się jakimś cudem. Ale faktycznie też ta konsola właśnie pod kątem na przykład robienia giereczek jest jednak też wygodna, no bo wiecie. Bo tu jest ta synergia właśnie z komputerem. Komputer służy do streamowania. No nie udawajmy. Oczywiście też na konsoli nie wszystko działa, no na przykład w RTS-y to raczej się gra na komputerze. No Factorio też jednak komfortowo jest grać jednak na komputerze. No w pełne tytuły lepiej się gra na komputerze, a na przykład... A, i oczywiście powód kupowania konsoli też jest bardzo prosty. Jak ktoś ma rodzeństwo, to jednak konsola wypada faktycznie dużo taniej. No bo jest wygodniejsza właśnie względem tego, że po pierwsze jak mamy dwie osoby, które też chcą grać, no to jednak... Okej, chwileczkę. Prowadzi Berman Karerman, czyli... Jeden z dwóch braci, to jest starszy Karerman, bo młodszy to jest Owen Karerman. No i tuż za nim oczywiście tutaj mamy jeszcze stopowych Ted Torbin, który wygrał Sewillę w tym sezonie. No... Mamy Leonardo Sargrasella. No tam dużo Włochów będzie, więc to jest zaskoczenie. Tak samo w Grechcie masz dużo Holendrów. Ja często trafiam na Holendrów i Belgów. To są tacy, którzy tam chyba najbardziej kupowali Utrecht. I Niemcy. Niemcy też często. Oni mają chyba tak samo jak są te turnieje w Niemczech. Właśnie. A, widzę, że mam desynchronizację. A, jakby ktoś się pytał, czemu cel został podwyższony, to jest ze względu na dostosowanie się do warunków obecnych. To nie jest żadne greedy czy coś. Po prostu jest to na podstawie aktualnej ceny przedmiotu. No jakby ktoś się pytał. Można jeszcze nawet wrócić do tych zadań i... Ale też właśnie z tym subskrypcją. Ona służy głównie do tych gierek właśnie płatnych, takich jak na przykład Battlefield 6. No, bądźmy sobie wprost, ostatnimi czasy raczej takie płatne gierki... No większość raczej ludzi kupuje tego plusa raczej ze względu na to, żeby pododawać gierki. To jest to, co nie zwracają uwagę właśnie PC-ciarze. No zaraz ktoś powie, że fakt. Ale Skate na przykład. Skate jest za darmo. Jeżeli ktoś patrzy na gry free to play pod pryzmatem Fortnite'a, to oznacza, że no nie zna się na grach. Czyli nie tyle, co się nie zna na grach, co ma po prostu wąskie horyzonty, jak jeżeli głównymi grami free to play dla tych ludzi jest Roblox, Fortnite, no to są już oznaka tego, że masz strasznie wąskie horyzonty. Tak, bardzo istotne, nie możemy zadać 300, to chyba ta errata się, wyjaśnienie tego. Ale tak, Skate'a? Szok. Możesz grać bez plusa, naprawdę. Tak, bo i tak większość ludzi nie gra gier właśnie sieciowych, płatnych. Poza tym w przypadku gier fabularnych na przykład jest tak, że większość trybów sieciowych jest tak bardziej odgórna, niż jeżeli faktycznie do czegoś służy, bo rzeczywiście większość gier albo nie mają tych sieciówek, tak jak na przykład Kingdom.com nie ma trybu sieciowego, albo jak już jest ten tryb sieciowy, to on zazwyczaj wygląda na zasadzie takiej, że nawet jak jest ten tryb sieciowy, to on trochę wygląda inaczej na tej zasadzie, że czy Rocket Quatra! A co zrobić tripy flipy, dobra. No tak. Właśnie to jest to taki problem właśnie, bo no mało jest jednak gier, no za co warto kupić plusy, jeżeli chodzi o gry sieciowe? Dla Hell Drivers 2? Nie, Skate jest darmowy. To raczej dla Skate'a byś nie kupował. Ale dla Hell Drivers czy Battlefielda 6 to raczej jest za mało, żeby właśnie... Więc mi się wydaje, że niekoniecznie tutaj za kupowanie plusa przemawia ogólnie tryb sieciowy, bo to jest ta niewiedza trochę, że nie, tryb sieciowy on jest i tak ograniczony, zresztą i tak Microsoft miał bardziej chyba, pamiętam, drakońskie tak zabezpieczenia. Sony ci jeszcze pozwala faktycznie bez plusa grać w tego Skate'a, Fortnite, Warframe. Warframe, tak? Przecież już nawet niektóre gry, które dotychczas wykorzystywały na przykład plusa, na przykład Overwatch chociażby. Aha, już mamy kolejną grę. Dobra, chwileczkę. No i mamy... Czy ja dorobię ostatniej chwili? Jo, mamy to! Dobra, już przerzucamy się. Mamy Bermana Kamermana, czyli oczywiście mającego już na koncie top 8 LACA 2024 OCD top 4 w czasach, kiedy był jeszcze sył, finalista Bohumina, czy chociażby top 4 Liverpool Regionals, więc jest to oczywiście bogactwo. Tak. No akurat Berman to jest starszy, właśnie jeden z dwóch starszych braci Kamerman, pochodzących prosto z holenderskich ziem. No i po drugiej stronie jest Luca Longo Bardi. A mówię, że dużo będzie Włochów. Kurde, jakby poleciała do Turina, no to kurde... Łatwo bym miała ogólnie natrafienie na takiego Włocha. Joe Bernard gra. O, widzę, że to jest kolejny przykład ogólnie. No to co nas zaskoczy? Okej, Berman gra Slow Kingiem. A tu mamy Dragapulta chyba? Okej, jest lipa. 2 Wonders patche w price'ach. Chociaż Special Red Carta jest. Slow King! O, Luka gra z duchami. Ja lubię ten archetyp. Okej, terapat. A, może się doczekam. Jeżeli są, no to może boleć. No jest i ten Metagross. Pytanie, czy jakieś stalowe są, bo tutaj jeżeli chcę zadać te 300 obrażeń, no tak, jest i tak. Obrzydliwość. Tutaj jest Boomerang Energy do tego Cure'a, żeby można było. Okej, jest i pudło. Okej. No jest to sekretne pudło. Więc jest dosyć cook. Maciej Schlinger jest i Maurycy Wilczek i Karol. I Blunkowski.
Yeah, and the ace spec of Secret Box so key to a deck that has so much complexity to the turn. You have so many different pieces you need all in one go. It's almost like solving a puzzle, and we're going to see Brennan do that on multiple turns here. Just looking to try and piece together everything on each turn as we see the
Okej, tutaj się zagrywa Dawn.
Dawn, a really interesting
A to jest ten Metagros, śmieszny.
your key draw engine with Mega Kangaskhan, but your evolution of Slowking and your attacker in Metagross.
Yes. It's quite scary, you know. We've mentioned that Metagross attack, Metallic Hammer, will let you swing for 300 damage. But make no mistake about it, the Curum is also a ridiculously scary attack as well. Trifrost, let you do 110 damage to 3 of your opponent's Pokemon.
Okej.
Bear in mind, because that's coming from a Slowking,
Okej, jest i Lucky Hamlet.
can't be shamed either. So keep an eye on that. What will Brennan be looking to use here?
Obviously playing the poker pad now, just looking to try.
Poker Cure ma zmrodziałego.
That we've seen be punished through the Shaman in various formats, right? For sure. But right now, Dragapult avoiding that Shaman is it's not the biggest worry with these bench sniping attacks. But Curum here could be so effective that
Pytanie, czy Luka gra Shaymina? A raczej wątpię, żeby grał Shaymina, bo w zasadzie... No i jest... Aha, no to tradycyjnie jest to co? O matko! Takie... To jest tough! Zresztą tough. No raczej chyba pora do domu, człowieku. Chyba pora skupnąć grę. No właśnie to jest to. Właśnie ta ręka jest beznadziejna. Znaczy tutaj jest ten... No mógł w tego Dragapulta wulować, tak? A z drugiej strony by też nie miał drawu. Jakby było więcej niż jeden drippy, to może by się dało, a tak to jest taka lipa. O, skupnij grę, Luka, okej? Skupnij grę. Pora skupnąć. To jest i to jebaniec. Dobra, skupnij grę, naprawdę. Tak. No. Kurde, opowiedz skupnąć grę już do... Chyba, że ma coś. O, dobra, Pafinka. Back to game. Ale chyba to niewiele da. Okej, jest słabo. Jakby kurde było więcej tych drippy, właśnie tak jak teraz, no to może? To jest tough. Jest Badiu. Tak, buy time. Czy on ma jakieś... nie! Skup! Skup! O nie! No to kurwa, no to jest i dupa. No pierwszą rundę wygrywa Berman Kamerman. Więc już mamy dupę. Maksymalną. Szybko poszło, ale jakby Luka miał lepszy rozkład, to może by tak łatwo by nie było. Ale zabolało to trochę faktem. No ta ręka była bolesna. Scourerman wygrywa pierwszą.
Saying it's the one to watch, and that is exactly how you do it. Look at those turns, just 2 attacking turns, completely taking all
No,
6 prize
tym
cards.
razem nie ma Owena.
Absolutely silly when you actually think about what has just happened there. 1-5 deck has announced 2 attacks.
Z Włochów to mamy, no z Czechów mamy jeszcze Denisa Prodzaka.
Needed, making the deck look like it runs, you know, like
Chyba
a
nawet jest
well-oiled
jeden.
machine, but
No jest jeden Australijczyk i to nawet niekoniecznie znany.
Academy at night coming inside for main, that's code breaking, run errand to draw cards, Mike. That's what you need to now. Just try fast, on to game 2.
And wow, that Scythe Maniac code breaking, you know, under item lock, perhaps Luka was
Kurde.
recognizing that Poke had
Ale boli.
route to get the Curum on top of the deck or needing to use a Night Strength to get it back after it was discarded. On this occasion, Brennan able to use a supporter to do so as Latiasi X and the 2 Dreepy go down. It's really scary when you're facing down a Slowking that could do all that.
It's scary, right? Because they can try and turbo you out the game with Triforce, and then if you get the Dragapult out, it can
No
give you
cóż, jest to
hammer.
problem.
Like,
Yeah,
you've got answers.
you got options, and that's why it's back. The Metagross still in the camp of the deck. Previously, the only way to take big knockouts was through that Annihilate, which would knock yourself out. Unless there were basic, there are options, but ultimately against these big stage 2s, it was really hard to take big knockouts. Now the Metagross hitting for 300 with a little bit of help from a Brave Bangle, that's 330, and that is exactly the Dragapult you need to knock out. So really showing the power of the deck here, but on this occasion we saw a typical Slowking approach.
Ale
Using the powerful Triforce,
efekt
which is always
dynamiczny.
available there for Slowking before this weekend.
I consult these prizes, one
Okej, dwali.
He's there for Luca's, I think it's this time, but here we go, here's game 2. Will Luca be able to put up a reverse sweep and win 2 games
Dobra, not bad, not bad. Może już jest lepiej, ale...
against Slowking? I think I would pick
Patrzcie mi jak chłop to robi, że on ma...
turn attack from his arm. Didn't have
Pokepada zagraj. Znaczy dobra, ma Lilkę.
has a Pokemon. Okay, so this is a lot better now for Luca.
Zabezpieczenie musi być jakieś. Jeden.
And what we see with this,
Nie Lilki, ale jedna jest na ręku.
which is becoming less common. Where it was the most popular version pre-rotation, it's now being bullied out by the straight Dragapult builds. But the reason why it's so devastating is against a deck like Slowking, you are able to completely wipe the board of all of the attacking line if you combine a few Curse Blasts with that Dragapult attack. So that will be Luca's aim here, trying to really
Co to
set
jest?
up a nice wide board, plenty of
To
the
bolało.
Dragapult, plenty of the Duskull line, and really start popping. But what a way to start game 2 for Brennan. Secret box again.
Now, has the Secret Box, doesn't have an energy yet though, but I guess it offers supporter that you grab, you can go grab that. Has got a Slowpoke in hand as well. We'll have to discard a Slowking, it looks like though. Let's have a look. There's Secret Box, so there's one Slowpoke, Pokepad.
Okej, budełko. Pokaż kotku, co masz w środku.
Bit of Slowking. Okay, so this is... Oh, wow, Brennan, this is Brennan Cameron, he's off to the races again. Just going to consult the prize cards here. I imagine we're probably going to go for one Academy at Night, a Lilies.
No okej, właśnie to jest ten problem.
The value of Lucky Helmet, Mike, when you get
Ileczkę.
Yeah,
Widzę,
exactly.
że...
And I think what we saw in that last game was the Secret Box was the key piece that set up everything for Brennan to
Kurde, no.
game across 2 turns.
Ja zawsze śmieszne jak to niektórzy robią, że...
Lack of telepathic energy makes it harder to set up. No Hilda or Colossus Tenacity, which you sometimes see in Slowking, opting for a thicker line of Scythe Maniac's code breaking and Lily's determination to get into the game.
one nice thing about this match.
No tutaj akurat po stronie Luki jest lepszy setup.
Very much outside of range of Phantom Dive residual damage. We'll have to
No, to już wygląda lepiej.
turns or get Monkey Dory in the mix. Which,
No tutaj akurat trzeba... No właśnie z tego spodu tego zdrania Slowkinga.
is concluding here though. The Determination Academy at Night. Lucky Helmet.
A nie, czy...
Interesting, might be looking to get a tool that's better for discarding here.
Yeah, maybe looking to discard the Brave Bangle. Otherwise, that is some aggressive play right here, I would imagine. So there we go. Secret Box concluding and discard the Surfer and the Brave Bangle.
Yeah, Surfer's a unique card here, one that you don't typically see in many decks, but allowing you to get the Slowking out of the action.
Niektóre nie grają niestety do Kangaskana.
A discarding attack like the
O, Imrokowy dziękuję za udostępnienie tak swoją drogą.
Determination goes down a fresh 8 cards, and great start.
Ej,
Telepathic energy.
łobącz się połownie.
Would be huge here.
Oh, not quite. Did get a basic energy though.
Jest basicowa, ale chyba yikes.
The telepathic energy and boomerang energy are so good in this deck because they allow you to
Ale są trouble, dobra.
recover the energy off an attack, where the psychic energy are a little bit more about the wondrous patch. You often want to see them in the discard pile rather.
Co jest?
Ooh, did get one.
That's going to be good. I mean, does have the Latias now in play, does have two
Na
slow
coś
plates,
jest
so
niestabilna sieć, widzę.
basic psychic in case it
I
gets
to mnie martwi. Dobra, attachment i pas.
to start things off. The Mega Fang Scan, a great sponge against Dragapult, as it often will be able to take that big hit. And we saw how devastating Slowking can be.
Dobra,
Not worried
duszek.
about giving up a three prizer, and it's now on
Lily?
to try and set up as well as possible.
Luca does play 2 copies of Rare Candy, so there is a world in which he can actually fire off a Phantom Dive here.
No ja bym zrobiła to Candy.
Does have the Dust Clops in play.
Czy na szczęście już chyba z Brozorga się już rezygnuje.
On the bench with the energy, made it hard.
The Brave Bangle was discarded by Brennan, so
Only 1 copy.
taking a knockout through Slowking with the Metagross and the Brave Bangle would be pretty tricky. There's no access to Brave Bangle now.
Tough!
Not looking so good.
No. Do you see the Pokepads? So it can actually start going to do some recon directive. Was there an energy in hand? I don't think there was either, was there?
I think there was a lot of energy, and that was a problem. It was energy and not much else.
Okay.
Yeah, needs to try and find a
Draglock.
little bit more off this turn. Otherwise, Brennan could board wipe next turn.
That's just silly pressure when you say it out loud, isn't it? Like, if I don't get my stage 2 out Dragapult on my turn 2, I could get board wiped. Silly sentences to say out loud, but that is what Slowking does with that Seek Inspiration attack. Let's have a look. So you can still recon directive here. We'd look to see Rare Candy.
There's a Budu.
Get the Budu though. You might have to hedge your bets here.
O, będziesz musiał tego Badiu zagrać.
I think you have to, surely.
Well, you need to get more than 3 Pokemon in play, otherwise board wipe.
Co jako... Co...
Scary.
Czy to był Rare Candy? No nie.
Some energy in hand, but I want to put down Latias again, no. So you kind of have to, actually, I think.
No nie wiem.
Take away the Mega King Scan draw and make one more combo piece be required.
No Badiu.
But with that, you know, there's so many of these.
Przebić chyba stadion trzeba by było.
It's going to be the full 4 count, and so you're always going to be thinking this is just going to get bumped straight away. So
No musimy... No właśnie, to też jest łatwo to tak zbrikować.
So might even look to hold on to it.
Maybe that could be a good point, actually. Unfair Stamp plus Team Rocket Watchtower combat turn could be on the cards. The problem is, though, normally when you use the sort of unfair stamp combat turn, so after your Budu just gets KO'd, if Brennan pulls off the Trifrost, that's a very costly.
Coj, ej. Halo, halo.
Retreat into the buddy to end the turn.
Coś chyba jest z internetem nie tak.
There we go. There is a Team Rocket's Watchtower, Mike.
Attachment.
We are going to see a turn attachment here as well, of course.
No i co, i Chipolen?
Itchy pollen. Okay, Brennan. What your allergies like, my son? Let's see. What's our hand saying? Okay. I think the Academy at Night Bomb might have been super impactful there.
It does
A
still
tylko
need
będzie
to
było
find
jakby
a
był
way to
jeszcze ten zasrany
put
Kyurem.
the pieces together for the knockout. It's going
Ej.
to ignite the Slowking, the energy, and the attacker of choice to put on top of the deck.
Well, Slowking Energy is currently in hand, but it's going to have to be a supporter to try and get you the rest of the way there, though. There's no other pieces currently in hand.
So,
But with one Slowking discarded, having that in hand's, you know, a good start.
I mean, genuinely here, if Luca is able to survive this turn from a Trifrost, we'll be in a very powerful position.
Okay, this is going to be a big turn here. You're so right, Mike. If Luca can weather this slow
Okej, jest niuans, smyczam.
turn, he can very easily get back in the driver's seat. However, if Brennan can fire off that Trifrost, that would be devastating. You know, doesn't really want to have to fire off a Metagross attack into a 30 hit point.
No to będzie chyba naprawdę grubo.
This is actually something I want to draw attention to. Is that if it all goes wrong with Slowking, Brennan does play Wondrous Patch and Lily's Clefairy. Can attack with that Full Moon Rondo as a bailout option.
And it does allow for the one-hit knockout from that Metagross as an attacker, not opting to play any other attackers, just Metagross and Kyurem.
No właśnie.
Keeping it very slim, only focusing on those 2 attackers. So, options are
A, jeszcze Academy at Night.
here are huge for Brennan.
Czy on to znajdzie, tak? Zobaczymy z tych 8 kart.
Here we go. Academy at Night. Kyurem!
Is it there?
I don't see any academy. I don't see any.
Okej.
Hasn't been involved.
Nie ma tego.
Yeah, looks like. Oh no. I don't see. Oh goodness. Do we have a? No, no.
Przeciwnik zdąży się zabezpieczyć, tak? No nie widzę Akademię Knight.
Oh, here we have a different game here in our game 2 here, folks.
No tutaj, no, Slow King jest za to specyficzny. Aha, wchodzi on z Nuczem.
It is quite a liability, only 30 HP, very similar to the Padu in the way it works. 30 HP, free retreat.
No raczej chyba będzie boss z...
Cost.
No na pewno Curse Blast, no dobra, wchodzi on z Nuczem. No bo to co tu zrobić? Z Nuczem jest oczywiście śmiesznym atakerem. Po jedną energię. No a przecież Luka chyba może wtedy zniszczyć borda, no to tak, robimy Curse Blast. No poszukamy bossa, bo będzie potem problem. No dobra, Draga Pulcik, bossy z Order, dobra, Recon Directive wchodzi. Jest Dragapult. Znaczy Dragapult, druga topafinka, no raczej Dragapult to zawsze, tak? Jest Dragapult, no brakuje chyba tylko tego bossa właśnie, to jest trochę tough. Że na jednego trzeba by ściągnąć. Czyli są nawet dwa pult. Pytanie jest. Pult, tak. No jest energia. Szkoda, że chyba Dusk Noir też jest. Idź mi w cholerę tak zwane. No właśnie chyba też znowu mamy sytuację, w której to oczywiście Luka kupuje czas. Dobra, Cyphermaniac. No tutaj jest ta. Po tej stronie.
Yeah, and you can see that forethought from Brennan setting up the next turn. So really powerful card in this context. That's why he plays 3 of those Psychomaniacs. So powerful.
To jest na pewno dużo roboty w tym. No dobra, Slow King. Czy on ma jakąś akademię?
Depending on how this goes here.
Lucky Hamlet jako podpucha. Czy... Jak on to... A, tak. O tak, przygotował się. No dobra, no to teraz Stampik. No, Night Stretcher na pewno. Ale też jak zaczniesz z Curema, to jest potem dupa obraz. Stamp. Dobra, jest Stamp. Ale to też jest taki deck, który łatwo się wywali. No już ten Stamp może, jak zdobędzie jakimś cudem z 2, czy on coś ma? Dobra, no special red card to raczej nie. Special red karta jak na razie bym zostawiła na później. Znaczy widzę, że już jest tough. No dobra, supportera chłop i tak nie użył jeszcze, więc raczej chyba se użyje. No chyba już też widzę młotki dolny.
Well, funnily enough, you say Metagross is looking good, but Brennan hasn't needed to use it because the Curum has been doing all the heavy lifting for Slowking. Slowking with the inspiration, but the Curum with the power, taking out 3 little guys on the bench is so powerful, and it forces everyone to play completely differently. Like right now, a Dragapult would go wide, would be setting up Drakloaks, setting up as many of the Dusk Girls as possible, but you're limited to only maybe 2 here, because otherwise you set up an easy 3 prize turn for Slowking, so just has the Dreepy and the Pheasantipity on the bench at this
I
stage.
kolejny Drippy.
So scary because if that gets trifrosted twice, that gets KO. We saw the latter.
Ja bym wystawiła Drippy, żeby był jakiś Brawl Engine z Draclocka. Tak, no wystawiamy Drippy. Chyba robimy też attachment chyba. Prawda?
There is a turn attachment as well for Dreepy. But we are going to see the first Phantom Dive here in our Swiss Round 5 feature match here at the Turin Special Championships. Where do you think this bench damage is going to go? Do you think Smoochie is going to get KO'd here?
It'd be interesting,
No pytanie. To jest też ważne pytanie, które zadał Shake, czy będzie Snoochem knockoutowane? O nie, no to Stampy. O, Stamp to jakby jakaś padaczka, jak dla mnie. Dobra, Lana z 8 jest.
And that's going to be a huge knockout opportunity here in response after going down to just 2 cards.
Tell you what, you call them the slow line. They definitely haven't been slow this
Ja
round.
nie, Banan
There is
Cliffery.
the turn attachment for the full moon rondo.
And even having that lucky helmet on it just to protect you from some more disruption, and that's going to be substantial.
Dobra, teraz już chyba zostaje no Candy Pult.
This is silly. This is ridiculous to be watching out here. That full moon rondo coming in. Lucky helmet attached as well.
Aż teraz trzeba zagrać special red card, bo będzie dupa.
Does he have a way to springboard again?
Has that red card, maybe looking to
Tak,
try
jest
and disrupt
special
the
red
trend.
karta.
This option has to stick if you're Luca, right?
Exactly, and
There it is. Special red card. So if your opponent took a KO, had 3 or fewer prize cards remaining, they shuffle their hand away, well, to the bottom of the deck, I should say.
No
and
właśnie,
then
to
they
jest
get
takie
3 cards.
yeah, both of our competitors here taking a little bit of
Top deck
inspiration
switch.
from
No taki
Chaos
słaby
Rising.
trochę,
The
kuźwa
special red
Stamp,
card
no.
going into many of our Dragapult lists
Kurde,
here in
no
Turin.
Unfair Stamp daje takiej dupy. Wiecznie daje jakieś dupy, co nie? No dobra, Lily.
Plus now the Lily's Clefairy coming into play as a strong attacker. Holding that lucky helmet as well, just protecting Brennan from a little bit of disruption too. So that special red card down to 3 cards, we'll be able to draw a few on top of it and put him in a good spot to get that final prize card next turn. But for Luca, looking to just try and establish a little bit more here.
Nie. Fearless?
Every time a Dragapult comes
Dziwny
into play,
build.
it's getting completely taken out. Whether it's
Jeszcze
as a
tego
Dracloak,
Candy,
whether it's as a
Odnajdź
Dreepy,
se to Candy.
but on this occasion, it will need to be a Dragapult with a rare candy. Otherwise, no attack will come through and Brennan will just swing again with Lily's Clefairy. Can you find it, Luca?
Come on,
In this
dajesz.
final moment,
Here he goes.
flip the script.
Flip the script.
Rare
Jest Candy! Jest
Doesn't
Candy!
match his Dragapult.
Wait, yeah, there's a red
Is there a Dragapult in there?
Oh no, we've all been
Jest,
there.
to jest,
When you
jest.
look through your hand,
Candy
it has to
jest.
be
Się wydaje, że jest.
But there isn't. There's no ultra ball. There's no Dragapult.
Nie, nie jest.
All you can do then is just. Brennan's got 1 prize card left.
Yeah, you're in a sticky spot here, Luca. Not much you can do with 1 prize card remaining for Brennan. No knockout from the Dragapult. I think that's going to be...
Full Moon Wonder, 20 plus 20, right? So 20.
Kurde, no chłop ma pecha.
You have to just retreat and leave
Znowu.
inactive them. That's all you can do.
Yeah, I think that's the Latiasi X there will allow that to be
That's all we can
energy
do.
free. Oh, not the ideal situation when you're 6 prize cards remaining and 1 left for Brennan.
Oh yeah, the perfect game for Brennan is currently on right now. Careful, gotta retreat first before you evolve. That would be terrifying. It is going to be Latias in the active though. I mean, to be fair, you did just special red card your opponent. Can they, you know, fire off a game-winning attack? I mean, well, I guess Triforce wins you the game here. So does Metallic Hammer. You know, you could be Metallic Hammer in for game, your favorite Pokemon.
Nie, Metallic Hammer tak nie działa.
Might even just be a
To
Gust.
co,
at least.
pas?
Not normally Gust and Slowking. So would need to try and find a Curate Morometagos here. What's possible?
Here we go.
So no boss's orders available for Brennan, so we'll need to try and attack with Slowking at this stage.
No boss orders available. So Trifrost or Metallic Hammer would get you there. So we need to find an energy attachment and then a way to manipulate the top card of your deck. I see a
To jest ten Metallic Hammer.
I see a night stretcher.
Ja tylko przypominam, że nie może używać tego warunku, że jest 152.
Yeah. I think that was a slow poke was the other card in hand, so I don't see anything. It might just have to be a full moon rondo. Which is still fine, to be fair, by the way. Like,
There's lots of
Też
time
rozumiem, to
still
jest
for
lukem.
Brennan,
yeah,
so
it's not like it's a dual. you know, it doesn't have to be exactly this turn. We're both leaning across the screen to see what those cards are.
Yeah, we'll just maybe look to retreat into the smooch room to get some energy in play, or just give it up as an attacker here.
The delightful kiss shuffles the deck. Remember,
that's true. Does have the.
I'm not even gonna do that.
You see there, the Night Stretcher in hand would get the Turin back, but doesn't have access to that energy, as I don't think there is a psychic energy in the discard pile at this stage. All in play, or in the deck.
Okay.
Kurde, no to jest takie
Luka
cudne.
has bought himself a turn. Finally, we did say at some point the disruption has to
Znaczy, i
stick
tak-
for Luka. Now, can he capitalize?
So just building up a big
To
old
zwyższy
hand
klafery.
here, able to
Klafery
survive
musi
another
użyć,
turn
albo
through
nie
the
użyć.
Dracloak Evolution. So see plenty of options there to get to the Dragapult.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think getting Dragon Ball is going to be a problem here.
Doesn't need to worry about going wide with the low HP Pokemon, because one would be enough here for Brennan.
Yep.
So he can go as wide as he wants at this stage. Wouldn't be able to use a Dust Noir, so
Nope.
Dust Skulls are
No
essentially
teraz już
useless
nie
at
za
this
bardzo
stage, and it would
można.
just give away the game.
A jest Ultra Ball pod
The Ultra
Dragapulta.
Ball, gonna get rid of a Body Puffin and the Frillish. A card I was intrigued to see if we'd
Ciekawe,
see
że
this
to taki-
matchup, but didn't quite pan out that way, at least yet. There's the Dragon Ball EX though, Mike.
It's very good. Yeah, there we go. We've got the attacking option. We have the fire in hand as well. We'll just be looking to use those recon directives to the full extent here. Maximize the draw. There's very infrequently do we see disruption in Slowking as well. So from Luca's point of view,
Yeah.
kind of gets to hold all of his cards. His bench is safe. And now be looking to try and take some knockouts. Does have the boss's orders. What's the target here?
Can you... No, wait, we can go to both Slowking here, right? You boss up...
Okej, jest Jamming Tower.
That would
Chyba
just
po
leave
to,
the
żeby
Lily's Clefairy as
utrudnić.
the target.
Chyba będzie Boss Clefairy, Jamming Tower, żeby zapobiec drawowi.
Probably have to get rid of the Lily's Clefairy, although that would give 2 cards of
Does
draw
give the
to
lucky
Brennan.
helmet, yeah. I
A on
think
ma
you're right,
Jamming
it has to be-
Tower. No chyba on...
Lily's Clefairy then, right?
Tak,
That's like on board.
no musi zagrać Jamming
So
Tower.
see how tough this position is for Luca. The
Bez
early aggression
tego,
from
no
Brennan
to
put him
będzie
so
dodatkowy
far
draw.
ahead.
Put down Jamming Tower, but then you do give back one errand, so there's a, you know, there is some counterplay here.
Ale jest
but
też tough, tak faktycznie,
Yeah,
że
sounds
z
like
jednej
pick your
strony
poison
no
at this
powinien...
point. Can't really
Wygrał,
shut off
wygrał.
everything at the same time.
And there's not many attacks needed for Dragapult to win from
No,
here, as there are
right.
plenty of liabilities in play.
There we go.
It will be that Lily's
Clefairy,
Clefairy in combination
dobra,
with
no bo on też...
a bit of damage sprinkled around to set up game next turn, and that would ask a lot of questions for Brennan. Despite getting so far ahead, Luca is not
Ale
that far
co,
away
nie
from winning here.
zabezpieczamy?
We'll just look to try and maximize those chances with this knockout, as a knockout on Lily's Clefairy and those 6 damage counters on the bench should put him in a great position here.
Looks like we didn't see Jamming Tower come down, by the way, so we are going to see 2 free cards. I guess you see 2 cards via one errand or...
No właśnie, bo to też jest ten problem faktycznie, że tutaj musi być
Because he
knockout.
draws into the
Yeah.
Academy at night off of these 2 from the Lucky Helmet.
There we go, 3 prize
Czy
cards
tak,
on there,
no to jest... I tak było
Well,
chyba
look at those
mega
before you
tough.
promote. And it will be
No
that
jest
mega
tough
scan going forward.
faktycznie, bo z jednej strony faktycznie chciałby się zagrać Jamming Tower, ale z drugiej
Just in
strony
case the
też
stadium comes off the top
no,
deck.
byłby
Wonder
Kangaskhan
Patch,
aktywowany,
which is
no
live
czy
now,
jest
by the way.
Akademia.
Boomerang Energy. Oh, hold on.
I think we might be able to make it here as Boomerang Energy
Right.
and Lily's Clefairy back into play. So
Oh, and the Wonder... Oh, so you can fire Full Moon Wonder again, of course.
yeah, just looking
No
to get that
szczerze.
Wondrous Patch available. Lily's Clefairy going down. Wondrous Patch attaching from the discard pile.
And that's gonna be
To
a
będzie
full,
smutne.
a big, a bad Full Moon Rondo for game.
And
It's gonna
just
need a free retreat cost thanks to Skyliner. Lily's Clefairy is gonna
O
hit
no,
the active.
Klawery!
And there we go, another one just to make
A,
sure
no to
that the
wygrywa
knockout
Berman
comes through.
Karelman.
Weakness applied thanks to that Lily's
Kurde,
Clefairy.
ale ten
And
stan mu
Dragapult
nic nie
goes
dał.
down.
Yep, Brother Cameron
Z
put
tego
on a show
jestem
there.
zwolennikiem
Game
ogólnie
was
tego,
all about
żeby
Slowking
wypierniczyć
into a
Unfair Stampa.
But that's all he
Ja mam
needs to
wrażenie, że
recover.
ten stamp jest tak
That
randomowy.
even a record.
A, to czasami jest tak.
Lost guard of
Albo
War to
fajny
take down
Disrupt,
Dragapult
albo
thanks to that
ciulowy
side
Disrupt.
with the Lily's
Chyba tu
Clefairy,
mieliśmy
but it
sytuację,
looks
gdzie
like
mieliśmy
Brennan making a
ciulowy
case here
Disrupt.
for
No
Slowking
dobra,
to be
Dirt
the
jest
best
prawie gotowy, widzę.
anti-Dragapult deck.
Chyba dużą robotę też przede wszystkim zrobiło. To jest jeszcze lekko mówiąc tough situation z pamięcią. Ale wiecie, no to jest taka talia, która może w każdej chwili spaść z suroweka. No ale starał się, no ale też chyba te ręce tak nie oddawały zbyt dobrze, bo jakby miał więcej pafinek i jakby było więcej tych na przykład pultów pierwszej, no to mogłoby się udać. No po prostu miał takie tough ręce. Czy ja też muszę dać szczęście? Ale takie lekkie to już... Kurde, ale czasami się wydaje, że one jeszcze wytrzymują, a potem się okazuje, że zbyt mocny break był. Ja za mnie przejmujący. Jakieś ciekawości. Pytanie, czy powinniśmy już zaczynać grać w Slowkinga? Ale serio, to jest jakieś... To jest jakaś padaczka. Anferstan niby teoretycznie na papierze brzmi super, ale 2 losowe karty. To i tak lepsze niż 4 losowe karty, ale styl. To jest odramet. Już nawet Roxana była lepsza. Bo z Roxaną to ja... nie jest gotowa do gry. Jeśli muszę poszukać oszczędności, a to trochę jest trudno. It's in its strongest position because Kieran taking out 3 knockouts in 1 turn completely wipes so much of the format. Where I think people are going to start wishing they brought that Shaman along if Slowking's rise into the top thanks to Brennan.
Yeah, I mean, if you really, I'm sure that's a lot of people's 61st.
A, to i tak przeszło do tego dysku, to super. Ale było to torfowisko, tak swoją drogą. No, torfowo było. W przypadku Luki faktycznie. No dobra, to raczej Karenman na pewno robi day 2. No to już jest 15 punktów. Więc tutaj jest zdecydowanie gwarantowane day. Nowy zapis.
I mean, after rotation, I've tried it at the start of perfect order format. I wasn't feeling it back then because there was a lot of shaman.
To jest też taki deck, który spadnie z rowerka, chociaż zobaczymy. No teraz będzie jeszcze ten nowy Ghost Whale.
We get into a format where we even see more Dragapult. It's amazing that Slowking can deal quite well with those kind of decks like Dragapult or other different decks, and so I was also a little bit scared. I was considering between Alakazam and Slowking, but after the most recent regional and the release of Red Card, I decided to play Slowking over Alakazam.
Definitely. How much Red Card impact do you think is going to have on this tournament in particular?
I think Red Card is pretty impactful. For Slowking specifically, we can actually prepare for it with Cybermaniac. It's pretty cool. I've done that in a round before this. Like, you get your attacker, give like a Kieran, and then the second card is like the secret box. And then
w trakcie tej gry mam dojść do klasycznej sekcji. Dobrze, no to super.
The hand disruption and stuff like Alakazam can do that. So I think Slowking is pretty well prepared for Red Card.
Well, speaking of well prepared, you were certainly well prepared for your set that we just saw. Talk me through game 1, which was over in, what, 3 turns, thanks to you having Secret Box in that opening hand. What is the ideal setup when you have something like that? What are you really going for?
I mean, telepathic energy is like key. Just getting like, for 1 energy, getting 2 basics, like both your Latios and another Slowpoke. But what makes it extra good is like, of course, a secret
perfect place to start your journey.
A, jakiś ten pierwszy? A, bo to się staduje, je. To jest stuff. A, roztoczni. Ja po prostu chcę zobaczyć, no tam nie usłyszałem nic. Tak, to są akurat rally, to jest taki bardziej symulacyjna, to jest takie bardziej symulatorkowe. Warunki chmurne. A czy ogólnie taka ciekawostka, bo jakby ktoś nie wiedział, Dirt to tak naprawdę Colin McRae swoją drogą. Tylko że po śmierci właśnie Colina McRae'ego, który zginął w wypadku helikopterowym, no zmieniono nazwę na Dirt i tam był, i te Dirty tak naprawdę nazywały się Colin McRae Dirt. No i tak przy dwójeczce to tak w niektórych krajach jest nazywane Dirt 2, a ja mam tą wersję, w której jest po prostu oryginalnie Colin McRae Dirt 2. No bo potem przebrandowano markę Colin McRae na Dirta z powodu śmierci rajdowca, który to promował. Spróbujemy tak bez jazdy testowej. A tak, to już lecimy takimi klasykami.
Start, jeden prawy, bardzo długi, otwiera 31 lewy zacisk.
Dobra,
Powodzenia!
po polsku właśnie zostało, czemu to były napisy. No to mogę już tak włączyć w sumie boksy.
That.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Brennan. You are fantastic right now, sitting undefeated with the king. We hope to see you further on in this tournament. Casters, back to you.
No, to niektóre listy grają tego, Budewa.
Thank you for that, Brennan. If you can hear me, you are my king with Slow King right now. Absolutely loving that. I was absolutely very happy to cast that one there. Slow King, I'm a believer. Are you a believer?
I'm becoming a believer, let me tell you. I mean, like I said, it's been very popular on live recently. I think a lot of people want to give it a try, thanks to that Metagross kind of covering the weaknesses of it before. It was around, it was there or thereabouts before, but Chaos Rising just giving it one more tool to make people give it a try. And I think Brennan really a keen pilot of it, pushing it amongst a lot of players, and his list looks so clean. You know, we got to see how good it was at covering for when the typical puzzle that Slow King has to do with Academy at Night, find a Pokemon, put it on top. It had the Scythe code breaking in place where that wasn't viable. It also had that Lily's Clefairy as an attacking option. It doesn't always have to lean into that Seek Inspiration with the Academy at Night. It has options around that.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw, you know, all the Lucky Helmet even. How often have we seen Lucky Helmet come up? We saw it very useful there. And it just like the deck has a lot of synergy between each other, right? Which is something you really want to see. So I'm a big believer. That's why I picked this as my cast prediction.
And him playing around special red card with the ability to stack stuff on top of Scythe code breaking. But there are lots of interesting decks coming out of this tournament. It's not just those adding the red card in or Slow King adding Metagross. We got plenty of other interesting decks that you might want to see at home, and I think what's really key to mention right now, these decks are currently in great position to be XO, so 5-0 going into the next round. Some of them are still playing and they're on that 4-0 looking to try and win. So if they are to win and you guys vote for them, then we'll be able to put them on stream. But I'd love to hear what you guys are interested in. I'm looking right down there at Metagross. Am I looking at it? I think I'm looking at it.
To be fair, yeah, that's quite good actually.
Metagross is very exciting for me.
Yeah, so if you do want to vote, make sure to get yourself on Twitch. If you are a YouTube enjoyer, new tab, get your mate's phone, get your mom's phone or whatever, log on to Twitch and vote for what you want to see. But we do have to stress that this is dependent on how these players and decks perform in this round that currently isn't finished, because Brennan was playing like lightning. So depending on how they finish, we'll try our best to get the winner on stream. Do you want Mega Greninja? Enzoroark, we've seen that before. Toxtricity, Monkey Dory, that could be quite fun. Or Metagross, Mark's favorite Pokemon.
I gave it a little bit of a try and it is very good. It's got that precious trolley allowing it to set up and go wide. We saw a little bit of that in Indianapolis, people recognizing that the heavy transceiver, heavy petrol into that wonderful precious trolley to set up a nice powerful board state. It is a viable engine to set up. But it only works if you're not under item lock, and so many people started to recognize that at the last tournament. If you go second, Badu, item lock, their whole game plan goes out the window as they need one item to set up. But if that item's not available, then they are in a bad position. So a great deck, but does have a major weakness early in the game, which early stages of the tournament, people aren't going to be thinking about that. They're just going to go blind first, think, yeah, here we go, do what I usually do, and then see them go second and set up straight away.
Terrifying to keep an eye on there. Mega Greninja, of course, as well, the sort of poster boy of our Chaos Rising set. That could also be very fun. But you know, Metagross is a deck I would love to see personally. Is a Metang Dalga V-Star was a deck I really enjoyed playing back in the day. Obviously, we get to use the Metang engine, that metal make one of the best abilities in my opinion of all time. But Toxtricity, that's not something I would expect to be talking about much before, but again, an equally very strong ability.
Yeah, Toxtricity, a great user of Monkey Dory as well. One of the best ways to punish Dragapult is moving damage off of your board as they spread it around. Toxtricity able to actively put damage in play if you want to, so you can push that damage over with the Monkey Dory, but it also allows you to set up for these big knockouts, whether it is with the Mega Absol, whether it is with the Brute Bonnet, some really interesting attackers that we don't really see in other decks. So definitely, if you want to see some new attackers and some new game plans, definitely vote for that Toxtricity.
Right, well, let's see how many people did vote for Toxtricity, and is it our winner? Because I believe our results are Mega Greninja EX, okay? Throw in that damage from the active, don't mind it, and you've got that Terra Greninja EX as well, that Shinobi Blade, and you search your deck for any card, and also that Mirage, Barrage, damage here, damage there. That, if you can get that on, that's going to be very entertaining.
I mean, Greninja EX, the Terra one, was used before. We saw it have some top cut finishes, pre-rotation. It was a very powerful attacker. Great typing, having that fighting weakness on Pheasantipity on Meowth puts you in some great spots. Having the ability to completely board wipe, similar to what we just saw with Kyurem, with that spread of 120 on 2 Pokemon. So both the Mega Greninja and the Greninja EX, great attackers, and seem to work quite synergistically together, partly because they have the same Froakie and Frogadier to pull from. So we love to see those kind of split evolution lines which have different viable strategies.
We really, really do. Now, if you're a Greninja fan, which turns out the majority of you are, we're about to have a very fun time here on the stream, because not only are we going to try and get Greninja on stream next, we actually have a bit of content planned. But the last time Greninja made the final, spoiler alert, though, it did run into one of the biggest Cinderella decks of all time in our Pokemon World Championship history, coming up next.
Wiecie, jaką przewagę mają na konsolach? Że istnieją takie wydania. PC-ciarze tego się wyjdzie.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary X was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary X, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a two-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary X also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary X, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championship's final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second-place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordino EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Trochę się podleczymy.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only 2 choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Alright then, Turin, a city that has towered over European history for thousands of years. This weekend is home to thousands of Pokemon competitors where world invitations will be made or dashed. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Emily Foreman. How are we this afternoon?
I'm so excited to be casting with the only man I know that can break the sound barrier.
Who's that then? Could be me. I try my best. I get so excited when you're announcing Seek Inspiration into Triforce 2 times in a row, and that's the end of the game. It's hard not to get excited.
I mean, you were onto something with the Slow King pick. I will not deny you there, Shay. I mean, you're all about bringing the noise anyway, and especially the excitement as well. And if it's anything that we're seeing, I mean, granted, we've seen 2 decks verse Dragapult. That's kind of how this format and that's how the Pokemon TCG has been. It has been very exciting to see what decks are putting in to try and counteract Dragapult.
Yeah, so as you do say, we have had, 2 decks versus Dragapult on stream already. Beedrill, unfortunately, didn't quite get there, but Slow King did, so we're currently 1-1. In the Dragapult versus the field metagame. I'm going to keep track of that for the whole weekend. How Dragapult fares against the world here on our stream. Emily, I'm going to ask you a question.
Ask me a question,
If
Jay.
you wasn't here at the casting desk with the noise and you was over that side of the wall, what would you have been playing and why?
Raging Bolt with no, big Raging Bolt, whatever. I'd be playing with Soul Rock Lunatone.
Oh!
A little callback to my Toronto 128 deck. And Sammy Allen also going a little bit further in Los Angeles with the Okidogi package. But
nice.
I've found ways to take out the Dogies, but still have some fighting type Pokemon in there. But it's not about me. There's plenty of people here, and especially not just our masters. We also have our juniors as well. Because honestly, the way you go here, the juniors meta is so different now that Mega Starmie is back.
I know, you really hate that Starmie, don't you? Every time you see it, you're drawing attention to it.
It does well once, but still, if it's anything that our juniors are showing us, it's Dragapult's going to be at the top no matter what.
Yep, I mean, it has fallen a little bit further down. I think we had about 30%, I believe, in our masters. They're at 24. Mega Lucario sliding a little bit up there. Now, I'm going to be honest, I love a bit of Mega Lucario. I've played it an awful lot, but as you seem to really dislike Mega Starmie in a minute, I think Mega Lucario could be, it had a couple good results, sure, I think, but best place was 9th, I believe, in ASIM. I'd like to say is his best result. Hasn't really done a lot since. Could it take it all home there in juniors? Hopefully, I'd love it. Mega Brave, I'd love to be announcing that in a final.
Well, I think what it is, I think Mega Lucario is a really great deck to learn on as well. I think the energy acceleration, learning how to pivot between both the Mega Lucario and the Hariyama as your attackers, and the Soul Rock, as well as using Premium Power Pro to hit all the way up. I actually think I've talked to a lot of friends recently who want to get in, like maybe not, so much Dragapult just yet. I'm just trying to play for fun. I always recommend Mega Lucario. I think learning how to Lunar Cycle, resource management, I think it's very kind of clear cut on a deck like Mega Lucario. But then again, in our second place here for our decks this weekend, it's going to be the Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX, and Meganium, assuming it might be with that Hydrapple that does a little bit of healing.
Yeah, honestly, when that Hydrapple EX gets rolling, wowzers, damage is just flying here, there, and everywhere. Healing from yourself, you're dishing out massive damage. It was like 60 for each energy attached even got Meganium out. Golly. So that's our juniors. Let's see how the seniors one is panning out. Is it going to be similar? Is it going to be different? Let's have, oh, Dragapult 35. There's your Starmie again. It's Mega Greninja making the list though. Come on.
I think the Crustle is also really important. I think
for sure.
For the amount of times that we've seen all of these EX Pokemon doing well, and we saw Rahul Reddy take with success too. Crustle is a great deck right now for the pick. This Mega Greninja though is the star of Chaos Rising, at least on all of your products, but we're still unsure if it's spot in the competitive meta.
Yeah, I think Mega Greninja is going to do a similar thing to what Chen Pao did, where we can all appreciate his power level coming out of the gates, but it's going to take a while for the right, like, you know, 55 through to 58 cards to be found, and then at that point it'll have its place at the meta game, because it's just a very complicated deck. You're trying to weave in Mortal Shuriken, trying to weave in the Terra EX, all of that good stuff. But hey, maybe one of those 9 seniors has already found that, and they're going to take this event all home. We'll have a look, but yeah. And there's that Mega Starmie, Emily, again at 6%. What do you think about that?
Don't remind me. I think also with Mega Greninja as well, fighting right now, fighting as a type is actually pretty good, considering all the Mega Kangaskhan that's kind of running around as well. So being able to also use that Shinobi Blade attack to just grab whatever you want, right? I mean, that's pretty good in theory, but the cameras at least are on the Masters division. I know we showed this a little bit earlier in the show, but let's head back on over here to our Masters in Phase 1. Now, I think we see a little bit of a ripple effect of Karis's win in this deck analysis here, but the Rockets Honchkrow being 4th, I mean, now granted 4%, you know, on a graphic like this, you know, but still being in 4th place technically, pretty interesting.
It is, and I think that's definitely a testament to Joshua's finish there, getting the top 4 back in Utrecht. Is that it's kind of similar to Alakazam in a sense that it's just a one prize deck that just wants to take one-hit KOs as fast as possible. Now, granted, Karis's list had that control element there as well, and did just take the regional over their home. But yeah, Team Rocket's Honchkrow, I was very surprised to see it, you know, placed this high up. But we saw it on stream in the top 8 match. When it flies, it really flies. Like, honestly, it feels like there's nothing to stop the deck when it's rolling.
The best of the rest here. We did see that Slow King. I know it's a favorite of many, actually, back here. Festival lead as well. You can never count that out, especially here in Europe. I mean, we just love plucking apples. But also, Mega Lucario down to 61 players, only 3% here. I think Mega Lopunny's time has come and gone, and players realize that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Mega Lopunny, you know, had won a regional, by the way, in Prague, and then just instantly escorts itself back out of the format, it seems, but we'll keep an eye on that one. But I have a question for you, Emily. You said that Mega Starmie is on forward watch. I can hear where you're coming from on that one. I would like to say I think Team Rocket's Mewtwo is also on forward watch. What do you think about that?
I think Team Rocket as a whole is a great idea, and we saw Joshua take it all the way, right? To top 8, you know, doing what it does, right? But is it ever truly capable of that win when you are so reliant on Proton turn 1? You're so reliant on it, no matter which way you put it, right? Mewtwo, Honchkrow, if you're not seeing that Proton, and granted you do play 4, right? You do play your max amount of times to try and find it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't exactly feel good to be like, all right, do I have the one supporter I have in hand to get my bench set up ready to go? I don't know.
Yeah, even with the transceiver, because I played a lot of Rocket in my day. I played Rocket before rotation, before it was cool. And yeah, even you have your 8 outs of that Pro and you miss it, honestly, you are really twiddling your fingers, because then you end up not playing as much traditional ball search to find your things. So you end your turn with like a 1 spit ops or the spit up. What's the base?
The Tarantula, yeah.
And you just think, okay, this is going to be a quick game, going over to game 2. But hey, I'm going to say, Team Rocket, you Team Rocket players out there, if you're somehow watching this in between rounds, come on, prove me wrong. I would love nothing better to be announcing a Razor Ball later on in this stream towards Phase 2 and beyond. But for now, but you could be on Forward Watch.
Well, one thing is for sure. Now, aside from bringing with me from NA,
okay.
I brought another gift from NA, and it was something that we actually did in the Los Angeles Regional Championship, and it's going to be the Dragapult breakdown. So we're going to see the Dragapult breakdown. What is doing well, what is kind of not up to what players are really thinking of. So I'm going to assume here that the 36%, the biggest one, is going to be more so that Hammer's alignment, if you will. So 36% and so closely right behind it, Shay. That Dragapult Dusknoir, what's screaming to you on this?
I wonder if this is like... This is a result of all these one-prize decks starting to pop up. I think Dragapult does start able to just board wipe a little bit easier by just maneuvering Curse Blast in there. Again, I guess in theory, now that special red cards in the format, you can try and force your opponent into that, where otherwise we could be trying to play around it. So I wonder if that's why Dragapult Dusknoir is sort of, really starting up the chart. Dragapult Dunsparce is an interesting one. Had its real big time in the early one in our meta game here. Now it's sliding down. But I'm really interested in the Dragapult Blaziken, because you would assume that with Crushing Hammer and a lot of energy denial, off the back of Karis as well, energy denial being in format, that having that Blaziken to just reattach it would be really advantageous. But why do you think that hasn't really translated here?
It's a great question, Shay. And I think it's because players would rather utilize something like Rose's Encouragement for those late game attachments rather than just going all the way. I don't know, it's really hard to say, because I agree with you there. I agree that it's all, it's all grass right now. Why not bring the chicken and, let the chicken just kick a teal mask, enjoy a couple of free prize cards. But the problem is it also can be a liability as another 2 prize Pokemon. So why not just, play your risky ruins, take energy off your opponent's active Dragapult, move the damage around with Monkey Dory, and just play less liabilities to get things going.
That makes sense. You are going to add a lot more, dare I say, dead cards a lot of the time in your match. So you got Torchics, Combuskins, and Blazikins. So sometimes you don't really want all them. But yeah, that was our Dragapult EX breakdown. Not really terribly surprised to see that the Crushing Hammers being, the most played version there, I would say. Dragapult Dusknoir is a very interesting one, because I think when all the decks are rolling, I still maintain that Dragapult Dusknoir is the scariest deck in format. Being able to just maneuver the active and carry the active regardless of what it is. You got the 200 plus the 130, or you can try and maneuver multiple board wipes on the bench with Curse Blast. I still think that's probably my favorite Dragapult variant. Will it take all home? With those kind of numbers, I can't be terribly surprised.
I like the way, now granted, it is the Dragapult show. I don't think any of us want to deny that it's the Dragapult show. What I do think at least keeps me interested in Dragapult is the way that players go about choosing which Dragapult they play, right? So this tournament leading into the North American International Championships, will we see Crushing Hammers continue its dominance? Honestly, I think so. I don't see really this going practically anywhere, Shay.
No, the deck is so strong on paper, and all you can do is sometimes you can see it, just the right Crushing Hammer at the right time can just instantly win you the game. Quite hard to turn that one down. And in some cases you can win games you had no right to if a Crushing Hammer sticks with a special red card here, or Unfair Stamp getting weaved in for good measure. Quite honestly, those can just steal games away. Like, why bother evolving up into a stage 2 Blaziken? You can just flip a coin, hit heads, and just instantly spin the game back in your favor, right?
You got a 50% chance of doing it every single time. So that's either the 4 best cards in your deck or the 4 worst, realistically, when you really think about it. It's so hard to say where this meta is going to go. We know that Dragapult's always going to remain on top, but these little guys, right? The Slow King, with Brennan just kind of piloting, saying, you know what, if no one's playing Shaman, I'ma just try Frost Victory every single time.
Yeah, this honestly, it's going to be really interesting to see how this pans out. Let's have a look at how our tournament itself here is panning out with some standings. And I believe this is, 5-0. This is going into our next round here. Quite a few. Sam Hunt, we had on stream earlier, managed to get himself another win. Remember, he said he needs a top 8 and further to get to Worlds. Doing a fantastic job of that so far. Brennan, who we just had on stream, of course, 5-0. Dario, a player that we've seen a lot around this EU circuit. Janus Wagner, quite a few big names there, quite a few 5-0s. So we'll be able to try and get one of those, I imagine, over there into our next feature match. And there's going to be more of those. It isn't just going to be this top 16 that are currently 5-0 as well. But what do you think is going through our players' heads here, Emily? If you are at 5-0 right now, and let's pretend you're like Sam and you need a top 8 and beyond. What do you think is going through our 5-0 players' heads at that point?
Well, I can't be like Mike Ellis and get my Worlds invite in my first season of playing, I'll tell you that much.
Can't all be Mike Ellis. Can't all be Mike Ellis.
Mike Ellis, but I can try and be like Sam in the moment here. And I'm really just thinking, I think he's picked a good Dragapult variant to come to the tournament with.
Okay.
I think he played extremely well on stream. But the problem is, Shay, I mean, people who have a perfect record after phase 1 and the 9th round of phase 2 that we do, sometimes we just don't even see them in phase 2 going into Championship Sunday. Like, anything can happen. I tell people all the time that, believe it or not, there is a little bit of luck in this game in terms of your pairings and what you hit into. You could hit into a horrible matchup 3 times. You've done all this prep and all of it just goes to waste, right? So if I am Sam, I'm just like, all right, I know my deck, I know the game, I know my matchups. And this is why Dragapult was my caster pick, because it's the safest deck to do that with.
And I think you're right. I think you said this earlier on at the opening of the show, right? You said that if you are in that sort of that lower cutoff point for your World Championship invite, you just need, I don't know, like a top 2, 5, 6 or 5, 12 and upward. You just need points. I think it's very hard to justify playing anything else other than Dragapult.
Let's take a look back at our caster predictions. All right, now Mike, I think he's just doing this for the meme at this point.
Yeah.
You know, that's
his deck right there, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, you just take the picture of Marnie out of the bottom right corner of the
Mike Scrimsnarl.
Yeah, Mike Scrimsnarl here. Freya was onto something, I think, Shay, with this Beedrill EX. Now, we did see it kind of like, I would say 50% of the power, just because Lorenzo's prizes were just not great.
In game 1, so
yeah, not great here. But if you are able to go faster than your opponent and survive an unfair stamp, you can hit massive damage.
Yeah, those games would have been very different if he got up like 3 Beedrill, like turn 2 or turn 3. I think he just waltzes his way to victory there, the Beedrill. So it'll be very intriguing to see if we're going to see any more rumbling bees on stream. Now, Emily, I'm going to be honest with you.
Go ahead.
Your caster predictions
are boring.
Tell you what, you really pushed the boat out there, didn't you?
Well,
talk to us about them.
Here's the thing. I just said it a little bit earlier, Shay. You need points.
Yep.
It's the last event for Europe.
Yep.
You're not going to NAIC.
Okay.
You're on that cusp. And you say to yourself, what is going to at least help me safely get to a point where I get some points?
Yep.
Now, it's not me, right? I don't play Dragon. But mostly players who are qualified for Worlds, you would say are pretty good players. Would you say players going to Worlds are good players?
Yeah, definitely.
So I think good players are going to play the best deck in the room. I'm sorry. And it's really boring for me. I think it's actually my most boring caster prediction ever. But I think for that reason and for that reason alone, I think it's Dragapult time. It's safe. You're able to just kind of work to your meta. You know what you do. And the red card, I think the red card's pretty good. We didn't get to see it too much impactful, but I do think in a world where we are lacking disruption aside from unfair stamp, we thought it was going to bring back some spice into our ace specs. It didn't. Unfair stamp's just too powerful, but you stack that with another late game disruption at the end of the game, pretty good.
Yeah, we saw that in our last stream match, right? We saw the unfair stamp, then we saw the special red card coming in clutch there. So yeah, double up on supporters, on disruption, I should say. And yeah, I did think that as well. I thought, now that special red card's in format, let's get some scramble switches out there. Let's get some Neo upper energy out there. Turns out might not be the case, but we do have our next feature match ready. So let's head down to the table, and you people that voted on what deck you wanted, your wish has been granted. We do have Mega Greninja being played here. And
Yes, gra.
Be very entertaining.
Yeah, this one's really exciting because I think for all of us, when we consider what came out of Perfect Order, we say, okay, the bees are cool.
Yeah.
We could do that. Okay, special red card. I see that. Tons of great illustration rares. We love that. Mega Greninja, what is the perfect partner for it? I just can't make it work. Okay, fine.
Well, Corentin did say he thinks he's found his right partner. Liverpool top 32 2023. And then Milan
2023.
Special Championship
No
got a top
skromnie,
16
ale
as
dobrze.
well.
Excited to see where we're going to go from here
Jeden
because we
drugi,
do have
ale
Claudio on the other side playing Alakazam. So the
Alakazam!
winner of our last tournament in North America.
Co się
And the thing
zmieniło w
is
Alakazamie, tak
about
swoją
this
drogą?
deck, Shay, that really kind of blows the mind of a lot of card game players around the world.
No
How
tak,
many cards this deck can draw in a turn. Sometimes if you're lucky enough,
Tutaj chyba można
you
zauważyć
can
tę
draw what, like
charakterystyczną
10 in a turn,
włoską
really?
szkołę.
Sometimes even more.
Włochy
And I think
uwielbiają
that's the big
ładne
appeal of
koszulki i
Alakazam.
muszą je
And we
triple
did just see it win
stylizować.
not too long ago, and especially when
Znacie
Crustle
mnie,
was
też
kind
mam
of
taką
lurking
Yeah.
around,
tendencję
right?
do
I think it's a
takiego.
great option.
Spróbuj zrobić tego
Really is.
ulta
Here we go.
blazikę, no,
Our Swiss
ulta
round 6 will be getting started here soon. Both players wanting to advance to that 5-0-1 record, putting themselves most
tym
likely
razem dla
in a
Diany
phase 2
mamy
scenario
bitwę pomiędzy
and beyond.
4-0-1.
Okay, let's consult these prize cards here. Oh, Shaman being prized now! That right, I wanted to draw attention to it
Tutaj mamy
right away. I wanted to
Alakazama,
weave in the
tutaj mamy
storyline.
tego
But that
Mega
Shaman's going to be rather impactful.
Aczkolwiek
When
po
it's at the
drugiej
top
stronie
of your
Katani
prizes, when
Merk
players traditionally take them bottom to
sparaliżował
top,
dwa
in this game one,
więc jest to
Shaman
taka
will not
trochę
be
dupna
protecting
sytuacja.
anything.
Yeah, we'll get into
Chyba
what
jeszcze
Mega
Sakin
Greninja
poszedł.
does with its ability, but one
Shaman
thing's for
boli
certain, Shay, is
niestety,
that
bardzo
that will be
boli.
sorely missed this turn as we're going to head over into Quarantine's turn. We'll see what this Greninja is going to be able to do. It's a winning in.
Bardzo
Here we
boli,
go,
tak
winning
swoją
in for
drogą.
phase 2, our Swiss round 6 feature match here. If you're just joining us here at the Turin Special Championships, you've picked a fantastic
No to
time.
jest jaka
We have
wersja tego
Korentic
Greninja?
Mega Greninja
To jest
EX
coś istotnego.
versus Alakazam on the right for Claudio. So, while Corentin will conclude this Pokemon, let's have a quick rundown of this Mega Greninja EX archetype. I don't blame you for not knowing what it does. First of all, it's a stage 2 Mega Evolution Pokemon, 350 hit points, that's monstrous. Mortal Shuriken ability, once per turn, if this Pokemon is in the active, you can discard a water energy from your hand. If you do, place 6 damage counters on one of your
Okay.
opponent's Pokemon.
Let's
That is a
versus
Phantom
Venom
Dive
Spasm,
residual,
so jednak chyba-
residual damage
Okay,
on an
z drugiej
ability.
strony-
And your attack's not bad as well,
Is
Ninja Spinner,
Determination
120. You may
Alakazamie?
put a water energy attack from this Pokemon back into your hand. If you do an extra 80
Jestem
damage.
zaskoczony.
Well, I think that's also why, Shay, that players have really tried to pair Mega
tak,
Greninja
mamy
with
pierwszą
Dragapult
Mega
because it makes
Greninja
sense,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Some more damage counters. Let's get some damage counters going. But unfortunately, this just doesn't sync well with the Dragapult line because you need a couple of water energy to
Yeah.
really
Znaczy,
kind
to
of get it
tutaj
going,
to
right?
pokazanie,
Granted,
to
you
Miraż,
could play
Miraż,
these two, right? But it requires a little bit more. Dragapult needing that fire and that
No,
psychic.
Shiny
It just
by nie
doesn't
bronił, ale
sync
ten
up well.
Miraż.
But what it does sync up well with is going to be
A,
not
to jest
only the
wersja
Dunsparce
z
that's hitting the bench,
Budunem.
but also that Greninja EX using that Shinobi blade because
Yeah.
fighting is a great type
Okay.
right now.
Really is. We'll have a bit more talk about that Terra
Lily's
Greninja EX
Clapper.
after, but it is over to
Lily's
Claudio now,
determination.
who is playing that Alakazam archetype, which just won Indianapolis Regional. Looks like he's going to start us off there with the Lily's
No i
determination. So
widzę, że tam chyba wracamy
is a
do tak
fairly
zwanych
simple
Wonder
deck on
Sparks.
paper. Get a lot of cards in your hand because Powerful Hand does 2 damage counters on your opponent's active for each card in your hand. So Psychic Draw on Alakazam lets you draw 3 when you evolve into it. Kadabra lets you draw 2. And then of course we've got everybody's favourite 1-away draw to Dunsparce in there as well to draw cards. So the game plan's simple for Claudio. Get cards in hand, announce Powerful Hand 3 times ideally to win the game.
Lily's determination for a fresh 8 cards. The thing is, Shay, we really need a telepathic energy
Okay,
right
jest
now.
body.
Was able to
Dobra,
at least
dobra,
find
no,
a couple of
telepatii już
options
chyba
to sift
niepotrzebny,
through some
bo
more
w sumie mamy
Abras,
pachy.
but I
Okay.
think with us now in this Chaos
Lily's
Rising
Clapper,
format,
okay.
with red card legal here, Alakazam players really have to understand their mapping around getting out of it once they've taken those 3 prizes.
Yeah, I think you're right. On face value, that special red card can make life hard for the Alakazam player, but I think they have ways around it as well. They can take
No
two
tutaj też są
two
chyba ten
prize,
Cage.
they can take a 2
Chociaż
prize
myślę,
KO
że
and
chyba
try and
ten Cage
leapfrog
był lepszy.
away. They have ways around it, but you're right. It's definitely something you have to keep in
No,
mind in the format.
sranie.
So Buddy Poppin is going to conclude it. I think was that for an Abra
No to
and
jednak
Van
Battle Cage
Rotom.
wolę, no bo
Van
tutaj
Rotom,
ten
of
problem
course,
jest tutaj,
a
że w lokalnym
fantastic
nie ma
card.
tak dużo pultów.
Fan cool.
Kto
There you
grał
search
mnie?
your deck for any
Ja i
3
może ktoś
colorless
tam
Pokemon with
czasami?
100 hit points or less. put one in your hand. You can only do it on your first turn, of course.
So this is the big difference between Karis's winning list in Indianapolis versus this list right here, and it's not playing that control package of the LGM and nighttime mine to move the energy around. It's playing more of the consistent packaging, thanks to this fan rotom, which has been good since it came out. We've been using it all this time, and on that first turn, you're able to grab up to 3 colorless Pokemon here, all below 100 hit points. So you can't grab your Dunsparces, but it's a very easy way to reserve resources for your Pokepads for next turn, so you don't have to use it to grab your Dunsparces, rather grab your Dunsparces.
But look at this hand, Emily. If you imagine Pokepad draws 3, other Pokepad draw 3, Kadabra draws 2. So what's that? That's 8 cards without playing a supporter. Claudia's gonna have an explosive turn 2, but it is over to Corentin here, evolving to the Dunsparce. Lily Determination for 8. Now, he does play 3 copies of Rare Candy, does play a Neo Upper Energy, so that means an attack would be live, and does play 7 basic water. So there is a world in which we start firing off some shurikens this turn. Here we go.
The big thing here, Shay, is that if Corentin is able to get all the way up to the Mega Greninja, but does he also have the basic water energy to keep going?
Yes, on the last card! Who turns Mortal Shuriken? Golly! Wow, if that doesn't get you up and off your seat, I don't know what will.
Yeah, that was a perfect, right? Because honestly, even if Corentin didn't find the Neo Upper energy and just found the water, that would have been okay as well, because that's 6 damage counters taking out an Abra regardless, though. I mean, but that's everything in the hand you could ever want, Shay. That's the Rare Candy into the Mega Greninja, and doing it again.
Times 2! Oh, wow. Oh, he hasn't got enough. Wait, he has Air Balloon. He can do this twice. He can Mortal Shuriken, KO an Abra, retreat with Air Balloon, KO another Abra, and then you can attack with the Neo Upper.
Is there a second
That's a 3 prize cast. He has got one. There's the Air Balloon. There's your free retreat. Go on, to get you there, my son. There we go. There's your Mortal Shuriken. There goes Abra. Now you can attach Neo Upper Energy for a 3 prize card turn the old-fashioned way.
My goodness, we just keep seeing it, Shay. Back and forth between no matter what deck you find. You can just find ways to board wipe your opponents and still using the ability not only once but twice. And honestly, it was really lucky for Corentin, because taking the water off of the prize cards guaranteed the second Mega Greninja to be able to place more damage counters here.
No to była kuźwa absolutna Lily's Determination, dosłownie absolutna Lily.
Are you going to have time now that 2 Mega Greninjas are set up?
No tutaj chyba powinniśmy raczej iść w tą stronę, że chyba
six Abra honestly, if you could, because the Abra that come down, they're just going to get Mortal Shuriken, provided Corentin can keep finding water energy. But let's not make no mistake about that last turn there, folks.
Żeby znaleźć wszystko z 8
Candy, stage 2, double more Water Shuriken into your Neo Upper Energy A-Spec.
Absolutne Lily's Determination.
Yeah, that feels really good. I can't say that that is a guaranteed every single turn too.
I think if it was, there'd be a lot more than like 3% of the room playing, I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, Corentin feeling amazing after that, right?
Oh,
and wiping all the attacking threats off the board, honestly, it doesn't feel like anything could really hurt him.
No, and this is the thing, Claudia will need a turn to sort of recharge and get back in this game, but Corentin is definitely a driver's seat. If he can keep firing off those Mortal Shurikens, I don't see how he can basically not lose this game. But here we're going to see the enriching energy to draw 4, and then obviously fantastic with the runaway draw, because you get another 3 and you shuffle in the enriching energy to draw a 4 again.
It's so unfortunate too, because Claudio is playing that copy of Genesect as the deck does, and unfortunately that all happened, Shay, because no Genesect down and no tool onto that Genesect either. So it is going to be Claudio just going to have to sift through the deck just a little bit more and hope that Corentin doesn't have the Night Stretchers and the energy retrievals that he plays in order to keep this deck swinging on these Abras.
Now, he does play 2 copies of Enhanced Hammer. Does Claudio. You'd love to try and hammer off that Neo Upper Energy just to sort of stop Claudio from at least, because then your energy that you're discarding, it becomes a lot more costly because you're not going to attack. So at least it forces Corentin to make some decisions, but doesn't look like we've drawn to them yet. Still has a good few draws though. Runaway draw again.
Więc
Has he played a supporter yet this turn? Did he? Lily
Do
this
not
turn?
believe so,
No?
but
Do we see an enhanced hammer? You'd love that. You sort of need
yeah,
that
I was about to
realistically.
just look for the counts inside of the deck list as well. There are 2.
Enhanced hammer?
Yep, there are 2 in the
Yeah.
deck list, which seems pretty standard at this point, but doesn't play a Dedenne to get those back. Let's see if Claudio is going to be able to recover here. Does have to promote a Pokemon to the active, but just making sure that not going to go back into the deck with something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin and re-establish there. But it is going to be Fan Rotom that might just actually have to sponge the hit, Shay. And the Genesect's coming down, but unfortunately for Claudio, that Neo Upper Energy has been already there.
I guess that means in
Right
theory you
pass.
can't return it to hand and try and use
No
it
zabrakło
again if the
młotka.
Ace Canceller Nullifier was to get established, but that Hilda, that's going to find a basic energy at the very least, so that means we're going to have one Mortal
No
Shuriken,
tak, no,
and we're going to find the
Cortentin
Foggy
chyba
Day, and you find
będzie
an
masakrował.
Evolution Pokemon and an Energy card. Can we do this again? We need 2 energy, right? So he has 2 energy in hand. Oh my lord, with the beach, he can do it. We can Mortal Shuriken that benched Abra. We can use the beach to switch again. We're going to see a Mortal Shuriken again. Abra's hit the board. Abra's hit the discard pile. Correntin, 3 prize card turn. Again, winning in 2 turns.
What is going on with this format?
This is ridiculous.
What is going on? Mega Greninja was
Tak,
on front
Cortentin
watch. We
wygrywa
swear,
pierwszą.
we swear,
Tutaj
but
ta linka
realistically,
stykła bardzo
right,
mocno.
Cortentin having the absolute perfect turn 2
Niestety gra
this
Alcazama
deck
był
could
bez
ever
ramy.
ask
No
for.
jakby jeszcze dograł
Rare
Paweł
Candy
Kejcia,
into
to
Mega
może by
Greninja
coś z tego wyszło.
twice, and having the Air
jednak
Balloon
ten
with
Mega
2 water
Greninja
energy,
jest
being able to grab one off of the prizes, and also Claudio not having the Genesect down in order to prevent the Neo Upper energy. It was just cinema.
What is going on here on this stream? We saw the Slowking take 3 prize cards, and here we're seeing it again. Mortal Shuriken, Air Balloon, Retreat, Mortal Shuriken into Ninja Spinner Attack. And we saw that he did it again. That's what makes this turn 1. This is the sort of thing you tell all your mates about. You might get one of these out of regional. You tell your friends until the end of time. Corinthian not only did it once, he did it twice in the same round on stream. I bet if you're Corinthian, you can't wait to get off this stage and clip that.
It feels really good, right? Because the amount of believers that there are in this deck that say, you know what, guarantee you it is good. They can reference a clip like that, saying, you know what, there goes everything that you've really been working for, right? So still, I mean, Corrington, I mean, that was the perfect. That was the perfect turn 2 you ever could have asked for from Corrington. But if I am Claudio, I'm gonna need more Abros on the bench this game, Shay, because clearly 2 is not enough.
Like I said, if you could put 6 or 7, you would love to. But yeah, I think if you are Claudia, you're thinking, all right, we've just seen the dream. Well done, Corrington. You have your stream highlights. Everyone's going to be clipping now. It's going to do numbers on social media. But you ain't going to do that 2 times in a row. If I'm Claudia, I'm thinking, you ain't going to do that again, are you? I hope not, because if you are, there's nothing I can do about it.
It would be so funny and so hype, honestly.
Yeah, at least he's taking it in good spirits, aren't Claudia? Yeah,
you gotta be, right? I mean, there was nothing, honestly, there was nothing that Claudio did wrong in order to enable something like that to happen, right? It wasn't a matter of like, okay, like I've put myself in a vulnerable position for something like that to be happening. I think lesson learned, just, you know, bench one more Abra and maybe you'll have a chance to kind of recover everything.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, who's expecting turn 2 Candy twice to Mega Greninja, you know, all the way through? We'll see how this one is going to go. Also, big thing, Shay, is that Shaman was prized. It'll probably come into play now.
Yeah, for sure. One that enhanced hammer's prized as well. Oh, dearie me. But remember that Shaman doesn't stop a damage from abilities. That would only stop the Mirage Barrage from the Terra Greninja EX. So keep an eye on that one. But Claudio probably has the best lead in the deck with that Bancor Rotom.
You can probably anticipate at this point that the Buddy Poffin here
going
to be grabbing a couple of Abras and still being able to use that fan call to sift through the deck a little bit more. And like we said, that this is a big difference from the Karis control list.
For sure.
With Dedenne and with Elgium. It's much more about your consistency, getting set up, and being able to sift through the deck and run away draw. We did see Claudio get to that point, right? At least a little bit, but I don't think we saw a Kadabra at all last game.
I think against any other deck in the room or any other player who was doing any other normal turns, Claudio would have been very happy with his setup. It just so happened that he was getting 3 prize cards given up every single turn. So you mentioned that this is, different to the sort of Keris list.
Yeah.
What are the additions? What does it gain from not playing that sort of energy denial package?
Well, I think it's a little bit different because Keris leaned very heavily into the nighttime mine package.
For sure.
Specifically, I don't want to be around Dragapult at all. And honestly, Claudio is playing the battle cage here, so can prevent some damage counters. It's just unable to find anything. But the attachment of that A-Spec enriching energy is something that we can absolutely anticipate here. This is a lot more cards, but still, 2 Abras, not exactly too comfy.
Worth noting that battle cage does stop the mortal shuriken actually, so keep an eye on that one. That would be an amazing find there for Claudio.
Okay, yes.
Corentin now. Oh, hot draws Corentin. Let's see what he can do. Got 2 Frokies in play, loving those illustration rare ones as well. Beautiful artwork there. Into the Pokemon. Now that hand, I don't think looks as hot as last time. No, I don't think I even saw support if I'm being perfectly honest. So maybe we see a more, what's the word I'm looking for here? More accurate representation, let's say, of a Mega Greninja versus the turn 2 double rare candy into double mortal shuriken. But we haven't actually spoke much about the Terra Greninja EX actually, Emily. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about that one?
Yeah, this
wersja
EX, its first kind of showing of it from Twilight Masquerade, believe it or not, almost 2 years ago at this point. Fighting type, which is a great type right now, especially with all these Lopunnies and Kangaskhans running around.
For sure.
And it's really about that first attack. The second attack is really great, but this first attack, right? Shinobi Blade, 170, which is perfect for setting up those damage counters. And then you get to just search a card from your deck and just put it into your hand. And then shuffle the deck, of course, but why not just pick whatever you want out of the deck? Do you want to talk a little bit, Shay, about the counts in Corentin's list? Because it's a really heavy Greninja line here. Most of the time, players would really be kind of heavy on something like a Dunsparce to Dunsparce line, but it's only 2/2 to Dunsparce, which I don't consider that heavy. It's actually a 4 Froakie, 3 Frogadier, 1 Greninja EX, and 3 Mega Greninja EX. It's not the engine to just stacking up damage counters. It is the attacker here. And honestly, the more that you see the Pokemon that you want, the guaranteed the better. But it's back on over into Claudio's turn, as we're finally going to see a Kadabra, Shay.
Yeah, this is going to be a hot turn here for Claudio. Has what? 1 Kadabra in play, has 2 the Dunsparce that could be used, has a Hilda, so that could be another Kadabra. Now, how much hit points does Kadabra have? That has that is still in range of Mortal Shuriken actually. So, but if you're looking at current inside, maybe you think I should be able to get away with it. Hopefully, there's that Hilda. Both players playing Hilda. Then you grab an energy and an evolution Pokemon.
Now I'm wondering if it's going to be played a little bit slower here, Shay, just because that Froakie is a very nice target up front. It already has the water energy attached onto it. All that Claudio is really missing is that stadium in order to activate Assault landing here, but it is going to be the rare candy Alakazam drawing some cards here. And still has multiple runaway draws, even draws into the Pokepad as well to grab another Dunsparce.
Yeah, if you could do the Assault landing plus Battle Cage turn, that's going to really make Corentin force, to answer some questions. Though there's the Battle Cage.
Feels really good here. Still does have more draw to go along with. It really is the question, Shay, of, hey, does Claudio just get things rolling now, or just going to take it a little bit slower? And I think Claudio has the green light. I mean, if I'm Claudio, I'm a little bit afraid of what could have been, right? But still, I mean, I see another perfectly good bench space to start benching more Abra, or reestablishing your Dunsparces.
I think this is a very different game here from game 1. Claudio is definitely in the driver's seat, has got that Battle Cage. And the thing is, if you're playing against a stage 2 deck, if you start making your opponent, who is also playing a stage 2 deck, answer all these questions, like, yeah, you need to find your rare candy, you need to find your energy, now you need to find a stadium. At some point, they're going to fall over one of those hurdles, I would imagine. So I think that's what Claudio's trying to do. He's trying to
it'd be interesting to see if you could try and develop Genesect. Opted not to yet, but with Runaway Draw, could always get that back at a later date.
Well,
z megastarmi
game
gry
like
ninja
that
też
is
jest.
going to happen again, at least on the horizon for Quarantine. So Claudio doing a great job of reestablishing not only a Dunsparce, but there's the Abra, finding and putting down the battle cage here. And it will be the attachment for turn onto the Fan Rotom. It just makes sense. Take this knockout, only one Froakie to deal with next turn.
Yeah, great turn there for Claudio. On the board, that's his first prize card taken here in this win and in for phase 2 Swiss round 6 feature match here. Okay, Runaway Draw. Ooh, was that Hilda? Ooh, hold on. That's Mega Greninja. Rare candy? Was there a rare candy?
I don't see it, Shay. It is going to be the
Surface
Frogadier.
Beach. Into the Judge. Now, Frogadier attack's interesting. Lets you grab 3 Pokemon and put them in your hand. Now, it's not the Water Blitz from back in the day where you could put them straight into play. This will go to hand. So Quarantine kind of needs to find some bench Pokemon here with that summoning Jutsu. Yeah, I did get that right. Put them into your hand. Yep. Just making sure. It has been a while.
The arts are very pretty.
They are.
It is Mirage Step.
Very nice line.
It's like Mirage Step Light, really, because, you know, they don't just go down, really. You do get to sift 3 cards here.
Okay.
We'll see what 4 cards
on a
Claudio's gonna
Froakie.
get.
Okay, that's not bad. But you're going to put your hand down, though. That's risky. I think you have to hold, surely. You're going to get Pokemon from your summoning Jutsu. Oh, I don't know, actually. I'm not so sure. It is going to go for the summoning Jutsu. 3 Pokemon from your deck. Put them in your hand.
Just ready to go on that one as well. I think the big saving point here for Claudio is that if Claudio is able to reestablish some Dunsparces and draw up, this Frogadier will be going down and will require Quarantine to find the rare candy to get into Mega Greninja. But seeing what Quarantine is grabbing off of the summoning jutsu here, and it will be that Meowth EX. So Shay, I'm anticipating some sort of supporter coming into play. Hopefully a Lily's Determination. Honestly, there are not a lot of cards in Quarantine's hand.
Yeah, depends. You know, could grab a. Did you play Petrol? Just play Petrol. So you could, you know, grab the rare candy off a Petrol and Ultra Ball, depending on, you know, what your hand can support. It's over to Claudio though. The door of opportunity swinging open here. Does open up with a Kadabra. Now, bear in mind, Frogadier has 100 hit points, so his soft landing is not a KO, so we'll have to try and use powerful hands. Not the hardest thing in the world to do, though.
Well, this is a perfect opportunity for Dawn as well.
For sure.
Can grab just a basic, unfortunately, could grab a Dunsparce out of the deck, actually, a Dunsparce for the stage 2, and then grab an Alakazam as well, so it can synergize a little bit well here. You also would be able to have 2 Alakazams, so it wouldn't necessarily be the most unsafest play here, as Dawn is going to be the supporter for turn, but there's the Alakazam, assuming a Dunsparce, and maybe the Genesect at this point, Shay. Maybe it's tool time to make sure that Neo Upper Energy, Rare Candy, you know, run around and just do whatever you want isn't going to happen next turn.
Yeah. I don't mind it actually, because if you can remove that water energy as well, and you're gonna, you know, stop the Neo Upper, it's basically saying that sort of wombo combo turn you did last time isn't gonna happen. Shaman's gonna come down, don't mind that. Well, not come down, come to the hand. Yeah, that will stop any potential Mirage Barrage shenanigans as well from the Terror. Only stops damage though, so it wouldn't stop any Mortal Shuriken. But
no tool in the hand either for...
Yep, good point.
So no Genesect, but a couple of cards to draw here. So 3 cards first. At least 6 right here, which is pretty good. You'll definitely have enough for powerful hand. There's the air balloon though, Shay.
Ooh, we needed that.
And the stadium bump with battle cage too.
Yeah, this is a well good turn here for Claudio, and everything he can. Gonna KO the active battle cage coming back down. And remember, Quarantine hands is very small right now. Well, I say very small, but it hasn't got a lot of helpful stuff in it, I should say. There we go, powerful hand now for Claudio. 2 prize cards. Quarantine did top deck a buddy pop him. I think, what is our best? Can we even just use?
What do you think?
Shinobi Blade here. I don't know. I don't know.
It might have to just be for Lily's Determination, Shay. I mean, I'm not liking it too much either, just because Claudio is now at that point where he's just going to be fishing for boss's orders every turn, especially if you put that Meowth down. But
yeah, great point actually.
just maybe it is just a Meowth for petrol, like you had talked about, rare candy into the Greninja. Does have a Buddy Poffin in hand, as well as has not only a Buddy Poffin in hand, but just has the Froakie and the Dunsparce here.
The only problem with going for the petrol is that you haven't got the energy in hand to actually pull off Shinobi Blade, which is quite sad. Bear in mind, Corrington did prize his special red card, by the way, so if he's going to try and use that to get back in the game, it's not going to be possible right now. Here is the Buddy Poffin.
Shay, you want to know something kind of funny about an interaction here, is that Alakazam is actually resistant to fighting, minus 30, but thankfully it is still just in the range of Shinobi Blade for the knockout. So it could have actually struck disaster just a little bit, but instead Corrington just going to take the time that they need here to really kind of just assess the situation. The problem is, though, Shay, I think from watching this game, what Mega Greninja does extremely well is kind of that turn to pop off. The problem is now Claudio is pretty set up with his board, has has two Alakazams and a Kadabra ready to go, has a Dunsparce for next turn and a Dunsparce ready to go. So how does Mega Greninja kind of warp around everything?
It's going to be interesting. So we saw the Meowth for the Lana's aid, which is going to grab back 2 water energy and the Frogadier it's looking like. But I'm not really sure. Are we going to see another summoning jutsu turn here?
Oh, that would not be ideal. I mean, you might have to, right?
I think so. I mean, there's nothing else in the hand that can... I don't think there's any other attack we can realistically see. There's no rare candy in hand. Terra Greninja's in hand.
It feels so bad.
It does.
Because then it's just another 2-prizer, right? And Mega Greninja is weak to Psychic as well, too. So
Greninja EX.
Greninja EX, sorry, excuse me. There's 2 types in this deck.
There is.
So even if it was going to be the fighting type Greninja EX, it would just go down to even a smaller hand than needed.
That would be terrifying. So here we are going to see the summoning jutsu. Hasn't quite decided on what to grab here. Looks like Runaway Draw, the Dunsparce, and the Mega Greninja. I must say I love those full art Megas that show the other Pokemon in the background. They are my personal favorite, if I'm being perfectly honest. It is over to Claudio now, though, who has free reign to do whatever he likes here. Imagine British Care and Axis. Oh, I guess you could go after Meowth actually as well.
Yeah.
Probably do that, right?
That's the biggest thing, right? Is that Claudio knows at this point that Corrington is not playing, at least on Fair Stamp here. Does have to stay a little bit wary of the special red card, but it is in the prizes for Corrington. So this is going to be a big turn for Claudio here, as the runaway draw is going to guarantee a couple of more cards. And it really is about whether Claudio wants to play aggressive or not. And I think, while yes, the Meowth is a very juicy target right there for the taking, there is only 1 energy on the board, and Mega Greninja doesn't play any type of energy acceleration. So there's no Crispins, for example, but there it is, that Genesect coming down with the air balloon to prevent the Neo upper energy from coming into play next turn. And now it is going to be Claudio just sifting through this deck, finding every single card that he needs.
And as you say, now that you're going to remove the own energy in play, that Genesect is disastrous for Corrington. Basically saying you're going to have to, you can't use your Neo up energy anymore. So if you want to actually attack with your Greninja, you can't do it. If you want to use your ability, Battle Cage is still around, so you can't do that. Basically saying, really forcing Corrington into a corner here that he has to draw really well to get out of.
Doesn't even need to use the runaway draw this turn either. Does already have the boss's orders in hand and really considering it, right? I mean, Corrington hasn't taken a prize card yet. Doesn't have really an attacker up and running, and Claudio has multiple attackers ready to essentially go here. So it is going to be the boss's orders. I think Claudio wants to stay on those even prizes here. Going to use that runaway draw just 1 more time. Hopefully we'll reestablish at least 1 Dunsparce here, potentially with either something in the hand. But still, I mean, Claudio, 2 prize cards away essentially now from taking this game and getting back into it.
Really is, and there's that replacement. Oh, debating it. I was just working out.
Making sure, but
don't mind it.
You definitely have enough.
You need 8, right, for KO on that. So there we are, powerful hand. KO on the Meowth. Sorry, it's 9 for the KO, but we have got there. Claudia down to 2 prize cards remaining. Corentin. All right, we have a water energy. Okay, we have. This is the turn Corentin has been waiting for. It's come a little bit later than in game 1, but we are here now. There's one away draw. Drawing 3. Air balloon Mega Greninja. We need a stadium.
Need that surfing beach.
Need that surfing beach.
We haven't even talked about it, Shay, but this surfing beach, and it's once during each player's turn, they may switch their active water Pokemon with a benched water Pokemon. So that's why it's very synergist with this deck, because you could just move between your Greninjas, but still, I mean, finds the stadium bump, or needs to find the stadium bump. We'll see 3 cards. Let's see what they do.
Oh, we got rare candy. You love that, but not without the surfing beach. Do we have any way of finding it?
Need to promote a Pokemon as well.
Need to promote a Pokemon. You are correct.
Does have a couple of water energies in hand, but we don't have that swift movement that you really kind of need
with the battle cage. You can't use them any ability anyway, right? Battle cage stops it.
So it might just have to be attack into the active here.
But then the attack is for 2 waters, right? So we can't even do that without Neo Upper Energy. Ninja Spinner, yeah. So we can't... Currently, unless we can find the stadium, we can't do anything right now.
And there's no more draw here either, Shay. And you don't exactly want to just evolve into Mega Greninja for the sake of evolving into Mega Greninja to soak a hit, because it's Alakazam, who's pretty set up at this point, only needs to draw, you know, a couple more cards. Now, granted, Mega Greninja is a very big Pokemon with 350 hit points, but still, I mean, Corentin might just have to take another slow turn, but that's not going to look too good, Shay.
Oh, here we go. Petrol. Didn't see that in the hand. That can find you a stadium. Wait, well, there was one stadium, right? I just saw it at the back. Yeah, there's one.
There's one surfing beach. Oh, no.
There's 2 surfing beach. Okay, so now we're back in the race for driving seat, because we do have 1 energy attached. I forgot about that once you active. So we can actually attack with Ninja Spinner. But are we just going to start firing off our ship? Well, the thing is, when the Shurikens, we KO a Kadabra. The thing is, there's not as many easy KOs as there was in the last game. There's the Surfer Beach now, so Mortal Shurikens are live if they were to come into play. There's 1 Mega Greninja. We do have rare candy for a second one. We're going to ding that now, so that's 80. We could ding that twice and get access to Neo Upper Energy, perhaps. There's rare candy. There's your second one. So now we can Surfer's Beach into that. Here comes Mortal Shuriken number 2. Ding. There goes Genesect. Mid-turn KO. Corentin needs to take a prize card. Has he taken a prize card? There's an air balloon. Haven't retreated yet, by the way.
Nope, technically not Surfing Beach.
We haven't got energy to attack now, though. Oh,
it has to just be the sponge here of the Dunsparce. That's
so
not
close to
good.
greatness.
But look at the hand that Claudio does have. Does have boss's orders in hand, so just needs to go all the way here and get the hand enough to hit 350 hit points.
18 cards in hand to get to 3. That's 360, right? I think.
It's 360.
Okay. Could that be the biggest powerful hand that we see today?
It's gotta be, right?
It's gotta be. Instantly gets back the Genesect with the knight. Oh, that's brutal.
That's me.
Oh, if you're current in there, I'm seething. You see how much work I had to do, Chloe, to KO that? I was gonna get it straight back again. But here we go. Are we gonna see the Wonder Term? Enriching energy would be fantastic at helping you get there, right?
I don't necessarily think that Claudio even needs to go all the way with
Go down
like,
go down to 1 and a boss is fine, I think.
Yeah, just going down to 1 prize and just assuring that, hey, next turn if I have boss, I win. And there's plenty copies of boss left in the deck to really kind of secure that win. I saw at least 1.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it was the Lissandre one at the start. I saw you there.
Yep. Still, though, I mean, it's a weird line where it is, you see a Mega Greninja, you're like, ooh, I want to get that right now. I always choose the most, aggressive lines possible.
So do I.
So it's like, oh, it's so juicy, but look at the prize cards, really, between Claudio and Corentin. I mean, I don't think, I think the sugar on top would be finding another battle cage, realistically, to bump the surfing beach.
I do agree with that.
Not too much, but the thing is, the damage counters or the Ninja Spinner attack, it isn't Mirage Barrage, so it actually can't affect the bench, but it is just going to be the attack. Corentin, gotta take a prize card.
What do you do with this Ultra Ball? Hold on. Oh, we can get a Dunsparce, I guess. Oh, okay. No, oh, gonna say it has to be the Dunsparce. Oh, the Dunsparce.
Dunsparce EX. Okay.
That does more damage. Okay, and I was gonna say the Dunsparce EX does 60 for each EX card your opponent has in play, so that would do a grand total of 0 right now. So it is going to be for a Mega Greninja EX. 3 Mega Greninja. I'll tell you what. the potential for shenanigans are quite high with 3 Mega Greninja EX in hand.
Yeah, looking for those energy.
And it's going to be the concession. We're going to a game 3. Claudio managed to navigate out of that disastrous game 1, weathers the storm on the surfing beach, and wins and will advance to a game 3 now. Here we go.
Yeah, this is the best part of Alakazam when it has time. When it has time to just draw the cards. There's no mortal shuriken that's, you know, just looming, waiting to destroy your entire bench. But like we had talked about, this is the big difference between the control Alakazam that players have been seeing in Indianapolis versus what I'd like to consider more standard Alakazam, with that fan Rotom kind of being your driving force, and honestly could be your first attacker for first couple turns before your Alakazams are kind of ready to show their powerful hand.
You're right, and I think if you're facing off against Mega Greninja, I think you'd prefer the more traditional build, because, you know, as you say, when you give it a bit of time, turns out, you know, it's pretty good. And I think Corentin didn't draw the best there. You know, we didn't see anything, you know, anything to note until like what, turn 4 or something. So yeah, that's how the match. Well, that's how the matchup should go. Now we've seen both sides, right? We've seen game 1 where Corentin was off to the races. Now I see Claudio, who did, I think, a traditional Alakazam. That was quite good.
Traditional,
was good. So hopefully in game 3 now, let's see a meeting in the middle where both players do what they want, and let's see how that pans out.
I think it's just way too dangerous to put the Greninja EX into play, the fighting type. It's just way too dangerous with it already being weak to Psychic. But like we said, it definitely does have its place in the deck. It's just not for this matchup out of all things. So resolving some mulligans here for Corentin. I mean, I'm happy to at least see Greninja like up here, because I think I was a big doubter of this deck. But clearly when it gets going, it's pretty good here. We're checking out the prizes. 2 copies of Hilda Shay for Mega Greninja doesn't exactly feel too good, but Corentin going first.
Here we go then, game 3 in our Swiss round 6 feature match here, the Turin Special Championship. This is a winner-in scenario. The winner of this round will most likely find himself a slot in phase 2. Corentin with that Mega Greninja versus Claudio with that Alakazam. Here we go. Corentin has led Dunsparce and has a Buddy Poffin to boot.
Pretty good if you're, you know, you can't ask for anything more on your turn 1. Maybe a second Buddy Poffin, just because grabbing 2 Froakie off of the Buddy Poffin, if Claudio is able to find a way to get that Abra out of the active and a Fan Rotom and a Stadium into the active, we know that Claudio does play an Air Balloon. That only draw power could go away here.
Wait a minute. I think that Pokepad is the only way to find basic Pokemon there for Claudio.
No telepathic energy in sight?
No. Oh, the Hilda can grab. Oh, good point. Yeah, the Hilda can grab the telepathic energy.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, is there no Hilda?
No, there was a Hilda. I just got a bit worried.
Yep.
But yes, okay, Claudio can get in this game then. I wonder if he's going to try and... If I'm Claudio, do you really prioritize the Genesect?
No, you got to prioritize your Fan Rotom here. Always Fan Rotom, I believe, at the start, because you're able to at least establish the bench going forward here, and then can use Hilda to not only grab the Dunsparce, but also grab the telepathic energy and get your 3 Abra technically into play. So I think it's going to be that Fan Rotom, and then just doing a quick deck check. And for the prizes, honestly, for Claudio, it's nothing too crazy. Does play a copy of the Lily's Clefairy EX, but in a matchup like this, it's not actually what you want to be attacking with. Still though, 1 Dunsparce heading to hand, and we'll be using the Hilda to find the telepathic energy to get some more Abra in play. Claudio finally having a turn to breathe here.
Yeah, this is a great turn 1. Worth noting, with 2 copies of Hilda currently prized for Claudio, and that 3rd one being played, that is all the Hilda currently has access to until some do get taken. But there is a telepathic energy, a ridiculously strong special energy card, and you put any 2 psychic Pokemon on your bench when you attach it. So strong. And I tell you what, if you're Claudia going into a game 3 and this is your turn 1, I'm feeling quite happy with that.
Yeah, telepathic energy has truly done the work that it's needed to do. Not only, of course, in this deck in Alakazam, but we saw it a little bit earlier in the Slowking deck, because not only are you able to grab non-rule box Pokemon, you can grab rules box Pokemon. It doesn't kind of show anything here. There's the teleportation attack to protect the energy. I love it.
That's very clever. And there's a sneaky little 10 damage as well. All right, so we're going to see Frogadier. So no turn 2 explosion, at least yet. And there's a Lilies. Okay. Well, I guess there
Can we see it again?
We could, well, with one Frogadier manually evolved, I think always the sort of wonder turn would be a Mortal Shuriken for one Abra and then KO the active. That's like the dreamer turn. Let's see if we can piece that together. Okay, Rare Candy Greninja. Oh, Rare Candy! No Greninja!
Oh, still 3 more cards to draw, Shay, with the Mega Greninja here.
Oh, this is close, folks.
This is a turbo player's deck dream.
Yeah.
This is like, oh,
really
well,
is.
if I can hit this very interesting sequence of cards, I'll be able to do whatever I want. But high risk, high reward, right? And I think that's the best way to describe Mega Greninja here. But Quarantine doing the right thing, at least, and using the Buddy Buddy Poffin to get some Pokemon on the bench, thinning all the way down. Only plays 2 copies of this Ultra Ball, Shay, so it's not guaranteed. Yeah, the counts are very interesting in a deck like this.
Okay.
Here we go.
Runaway draw. Mega Greninja! Oh my god, we saw another record. I don't think I saw a way to grab it. With the promotion of that Frogadier, I think, no turn 2 shenanigans this time. I mean, summoning Jutsu with 2 Frogadier basically means, and a rare kind of hand, we are going to most likely see 2 Mega Greninja next turn. But Claudio will be able to breathe here, has got a little bit of room to maneuver, and start attacking next turn.
Has to reestablish the Dunsparce as well. Unfortunately, not going to be able to while using the summoning jutsu. It's taking one more look at the hand. I do not believe I see a Buddy Poffin. So it is just going to have to be one Dunsparce, a Meowth, and the Mega Greninja, and it is back on over to Claudio's turn here. Can't ask for anything more. Now, granted, Claudio's not going to be able to take a knockout exactly, just because this Frogadier is a little bit, higher in hit points, but will be able to start drawing all the cards he wants.
I mean, you can always just retreat the Rotom if you would like, and start swinging with powerful hand. If
Find
you
a
so
rare
desires.
candy. Oh, it still has one in hand, too.
Still got a multitude of options in that hand. So all sorts going on. There's rare candy.
Okay,
and now the summoning jutsu, the Mortal Shuriken is not. Oh, wow, I found the battle cage as well. Off that Alakazam draw. Oh, wow. Now we do know that Quentin does have a Surfing Beach in hand, but Claudio isn't to know that.
It's the right thing to do, right? And I think that's a big thing with a lot of players, is that even if your opponent has the counter, it's the right thing to do, and that's all that matters. Using Dawn here for the supporter, as this deck does, going to be able to sift out a basic, a stage 1 and a stage 2, and here comes that Genesect as well. So this is the cherry on top to a great turn for Claudio, especially if he has the tool in hand to prevent any energy flow attachment issues for happening for him.
Yeah, I think I saw a lucky helmet at the bare minimum. Did we, or do we have the air balloon? Just play one of those, I think. There's a turn attachment. No tool cards in hand yet.
Yeah, so doesn't exactly want to put down that Genesect without having the guaranteed tool in hand, which makes the most amount of sense to me. You kind of have to preserve Genesect a little bit.
Yeah.
Even if it does go down, you do have to use something like a Night Stretcher to bring it back, or Lana's Aid here. So just going to, take it a little bit easy, using powerful hand. Can't ask for anything more.
Okay, big turn here. Special red card. That's not live right now. There's a Dunsparce fan of summoning Jutsu. We do know we have at least one Mega Greninja in hand. We do have rare candy as well. We do have Meowth. Meowth is pretty scary though when you're on the back foot. We saw it get picked off in game 2. There's a Surfing Beach. No water energy in hand, actually.
There's just so many cards in hand for Quarantine, and I guarantee you they're none of what Quarantine
I was about to say, none of them, I think,
right?
for the most part, he actually wants right now. Is that a petrol, though? That is a petrol.
The thing is, there's not a sweet way of getting this water energy out of the deck aside from something like a Hilda. Will might actually have to use the Meowth to grab Hilda, but won't be able to grab both water and the Neo upper energy as well. We'll just kind of have to choose one here.
Yeah, I think might have to just go for the Neo upper energy here, right?
You might just want to start attacking while Genesect is not down. Now, granted, it is very, very dangerous to not put something into play while you don't have guaranteed hand disruption when there are 2 Dunsparces ready to go, 2 Kadabras waiting to evolve, and there's still plenty of Dawns to boost that hand. I'm a little concerned here.
Ooh, we're going for the Shinobi Blades. Okay, 170, search there for any card. I don't mind it. That would be interesting. I would actually KO an Alakazam as well. 170 damage. And that is when your hand is looking a bit dire, being able to just search your deck through any card you like is pretty good. Of course, Alakazam does place damage counters, so that won't affect it. They're going to be affected by weakness.
Okay, going into the water, Shay, it is way too dangerous to just put a Pokemon that is weak to Psychic into the active here, but going to use the ability to get some damage counters on at least, and using Surfing Beach to put in the Greninja EX that is weak to Psychic in play. I'm scared, Shay.
Well, I think Alakazam places damage counters, right? It's like you can get affected by weakness.
My brain is not there. Well, you know, there could be some shenanigans with Lily's Clefairy as well.
Yeah, good point for sure. Does play the Wonder Pack, actually attack with it. But there we are going to see the Shinobi Blade. Interesting turn of events. They had to use the Mortal Shuriken to then use Energy Retrieval to get the energy back into hand. Nice turn there for Claudio. Not for Claudio, for Quarantine, I should say. Okay, now bear in mind, with Ignition Energy, Mirage Barrage, if no Shaman comes down, is actually live. Keep an eye on that one. 120 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon.
It's a lot of cards in hand for Claudio.
Right, how much, let's do the maths. How much hit points does this Greninja have? 310. Okay, so what, 16? That get us there, 16?
Times 2, Shay. 16 times 2.
220.
320, yes.
I'll get a bit worried about my maths, folks. I'll be honest. There is the Wonder Patch, though. Okay. Oh wow, this is a
look at how much cards can be drawn on this turn. You have 3 from Alakazam, 3 from Alakazam, that's 6. Then to Dunsparce, that's 3 more, that's 9. Then Alakazam in the active, that's 12. And your draw for turn. That's nuts. That's just nuts. That's just insane. And like you had said, now granted, like Alakazam does attack for damage counters, so it's not exactly hitting for weakness. It's still pretty good.
When you're drawing 12 cards a turn, you know, who needs weakness? And I think those 2 cards that he's placed down there, that is the Genesect and the Lucky Harris. He's basically saying, I'm going to put this down this turn. Can I still take the KO? And I think the answer here, folks, is yes. We need, 16? And that hand is looking accordion-like.
Also does have, I would love to see if Claudio has enough to keep this Dunsparce on the bench.
That's huge if he can.
It doesn't have to runaway draw for a couple more here, but that actually might be enough. Might have to count it out, at least for us, one more time.
That hand is huge.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Ooh.
I mean, this is also fair.
The Mega KO?
No, come on, Shay.
I think that's what he's going for here, though, right?
No shot.
I think that's what he's eyeing up. If you're going to eye up the boss, hold on. Oh, Claudio, we need to count it. Get him going next time. Jogging on the spot. That's how excited. If you could weave in a boss Mega KO.
That would be nuts. Then you have the Greninja just sitting there, the Meowth sitting there as well.
Here we go.
Count it out for me, Shay.
Here we go. Oh, okay. Ooh.
Giving up some cards.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22!
Powerful hand!
That's what,
Ja
440?
bym jeszcze zrobiła puffinka.
It's a lot of cards, Shay, and you got nothing to protect you from that at least. So with that, Claudio can actually go back in and start setting things up again.
So this is 21. So you got 21 in hand after this body popping. That's going to let you re-establish Dunsparce. The cheek of it. You can actually play cards still and KO this. There we go.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 times 2. The exact number you need. 360.
Powerful hand.
3 prize cards.
And 3 prize cards afterwards.
That's not looking too good for this Meowth on the bench either, but Cornton does at least have the special red card in hand as well, so can actually save it just a little bit. But this is why Claudio resetting up the Dunsparce, try and get something started. This is really scary, Shay.
So, yeah, let's actually think about this turn. So battle K, prevent all damage campaign by effects and attacks and abilities. So I think Mirage Barrage does damage, right? It's not damage counters.
Does damage, yep,
so
correct.
What you can try and do here is if you was to get rid or KO these two with your Mirage Barrage and then do the special red card, you're basically saying you've got no way of drawing cards next turn. Hopefully I can deal with your Alakazam. I think that's what he's going to have to try and go for here. Whew.
There's another...
But the only way we can get to the attack, though, is with Ignition Energy, right? Or the Neo Upper. Does play 2 copies of those. Do we have access to those even? Oh, Ignition is in hand. Yeah, this has to be it. This is the only way I think you get back in the game, surely.
And on...
Dink, dink, there we go. Yep. There's the Mirage Barrage. Special red card. Can Quarantine get back into this game?
I'm wondering, Shay, if there's a Lily's Clefairy line somewhere, right?
Yeah, no, that's great point, actually.
Because Wonder's Patch can go to Lily's Clefairy and then hitting for weakness.
Yeah. This is actually quite scary, though, for Claudio, right? No on-board draw right now. Let's consult that hand. Hilda and an Abra and a Night Stretcher. Okay. Hilda.
For the Enriching Energy to draw 4.
Yeah.
So that can go on a Dunsparce after the Buddy Buddy Poffin has been played.
Yeah, good point. Eyeing it up there.
We'll have to just powerful hand for this turn for as much as possible, and then try and just recuperate the damage after here. But I don't see, Shay, why not go for another Mirage Barrage if Quarantine's able to find another Ignition Energy.
Well, it only plays 1 Ignition, so you'd have to...
Is that it?
Yep, so you have to use Neo Upper Energy if you want to do it again. Which is quite costly, then it gets discarded, right? If you're Claudio, if you could get down Genesect, that would actually stop that line of play completely. I don't think that's possible this hand, though. Here's Enriching, drawing 4. If this finds a tool... Oh, okay, we could go for Night Stretcher. Wait, was Genesect discarded? It wasn't, was it? Oh, no, it got special red carded back.
Yes, unfortunately, never actually came into play here. And I don't even think Claudio has the ability to just say, okay, you know what, let me just put down 2 Dunsparces, because Claudio understands that the Mirage Barrage is going to take it.
Yeah, but at least... It's interesting because you have to force him to get to the Mirage Barrage. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. Night Stretcher will give us a clue what he's going to hide up here. Do you go double Abra? 1 Abra is in hand, of course. Or do you go for... No? Okay. Powerful hand. Didn't quite consult how much this is going to be.
Just has to go in and attack from there.
I mean, you can just 2-hit KO this Greninja as well, right? That also gets you there.
That is absolutely an option. Can you do your 2 times 2s? I was just about to ask you, can you do your times 2 tables, Shay?
There you go. I can do that one. I can count dice.
I can count that one.
I can do dice. I wouldn't be sat here if I couldn't. I can tell you that for free. Oh, it turns out they can't though. Okay.
It's so playing up there is not as easy as people say, right? You got this white noise absolutely blasting.
You on stage
in
lights?
your ear. You're under the stage lights. You look to your right. You got a bunch of people just staring at you. It's not easy, right?
No, it's definitely not.
You can't just blend into the crowd like you do sometimes at the tables here. So just making sure everything is correct. Thank you to our judges.
Yeah, everyone say thank you to judges. Without them, we wouldn't have our events. So yeah, that is. So what are we on there? 120. 160 damage on the Greninja.
Shaman is the grab here as well.
God, just Ripple Pokepad. Wow, we are searching.
Sifting at this point. I think thinning the deck as much as possible.
we... Yeah, this is awkward. No Froakie or Frogadier. You can't really use the Dunsparce EX realistically for any, you know. This Greninja will just get 2-hit KO'd.
Has to find something else at least, right? And you don't want to promote the Meowth.
I can't promote Meowth. Water Energy Battle Stadium. We did find a Battle Stadium. Surfing Beach, I should say.
I think that's why the Shaman might have been the grab off of the Pokepad.
Oh, okay, just to put into the active.
Just to sponge something for a turn, give yourself some time to maybe try and get more Mega Greninjas up to try and use the ability to keep stacking the damage counters and then go back in and Mirage Barrage through there, Shay. That would be my only guess at this point.
Yes, it is something we've been so engrossed we haven't realized. Actually, time has been called.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, we're at minus 3 minutes on the time right now. So current time rules, currently 1-1. So if you're Corentin, if you can just not lose, you could actually force a tie here. But Claudio definitely can still steal this game.
So interesting too, right? Because then Claudio, if had Dunsparce's in play, could go for the runaway draw to find boss's orders, and that could be it here.
Yeah.
But like you said, Shay, it's the name of the game at this point is to just try and get a tie, and it's a shame on a winning in, right? But still, I mean, this is what you have to do at this point, at least bumping the battle cage here.
Well, the interesting interaction, you can't actually use that battle, the Surfing Beach, because it's not a water type. We're just going to see the pay retreat. You're going to boss at the one without energy and retreat. Okay, Claudio.
Boss's orders off the top? No.
No boss. Do we have any way to draw? Not even. Enriching energy has been attached. Can Corentin hold on? Or can Claudio swipe this game back? We have an attack at the very least. We need to get confirmation of whose turn it is. We'll try and get that for you as soon as possible. I mean, what turn it is in regards to time, I should say, of course.
It is. These games flee away so quickly from you when they're constantly sifting through decks, right? And it's honestly Dunsparce. It's Dunsparce's fault, realistically, right? When you run away draw and you have to shuffle, and then you're like, oh, I forgot to buddy wop it. I gotta like shuffle again. So there are tons and tons of ways that these games now can take a rather long time, but it would have came down to Corentin potentially drawing boss for turn.
So this is turn 2, I can confirm for Claudio. So Claudio needs to win this turn. And without the boss's orders, I don't see a way in which we can do that.
Doesn't feel like it either, right?
Like it,
it just, unfortunately for Corentin, is not going to be able to Mirage Barrage the whole board away, right? At this point, it won't be able to take all 3 prizes. And Claudio, this is the last turn, right? So we'll have 1 prize card left. And it's about Corentin. If this bump is extended, it will be a tie.
So it is going to be the tie. Was able to hold on there, was Corentin. And it's interesting, had that, had there an extra time, I wonder how that would have panned out. I guess that is the nature of the beast when you're playing stage 2 decks. They can be a little bit slower out the gates. And not enough time there for a game 3, but still, what an absolute beast of a round that was to watch. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of felt like we reached the top of the mountain in terms of excitement.
Yeah.
And then we just took a very slow walk back down. But that's totally okay, right? It comes down to this play.
Yeah, here we
and
go.
It was just the double rare candy, double Mega Greninja, the air balloons, the discarding of the water energy to just wipe the Abras off the board. It just happened in a flash, right? And this mortal shuriken ability showing why it can be very good on these basic Pokemon with not a lot of hit points, especially Abras out of all Pokemon, right? But unfortunately for Claudio, just had no fighting chance in this game, not with a hand like that.
Nope. I want to go on a limb here and say, unless some shenanigans happen in the rest of our rounds here today, that was probably the play of the day, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%.
I don't know how we top it.
Fun.
That was a turn 2 3 prizes on 3 separate 1 prize.
Well, hold on.
Pokemon.
Slowking was. Remember, Slowking did do the thing.
How ridiculous is that? We can say that. We're not even halfway. Well, we're just past halfway of the day, and we've had 2 turn 2 3 prize KOs on 3 different Pokemon. Golly.
It's just these small decks are doing it, right? Alakazam, right? Slowking, out of all things. Like, the innovation is still very much alive in this game if you choose and if you choose to innovate, right? And you find the most consistent list. This is what can happen. These are what, you know, you're able to do. But coming back in to game number 2, it was Claudio, who was 2 set up at this point, right? Then using Powerful Hand for all 360 hit points. Just had no fighting chance, but then game 3, just not enough time to really get things going.
Yeah, in game 2, Claudio said, hold up, I can do a lot of damage as well. Watch this, hold that. And then Corentin here in game 3, you know, had to rely on this Greninja EX. You know, using Mirage Barrage on this is just so costly when you're having to use Ignition Energies for your, you know, once per deck A-spec there in the near up. But this, whoa, what a turn that was. Boss's orders into Powerful Hand on the 1-hit KO on the 350 hit point Mega Pokemon. Kratos said, all right, all I can do here, Mirage Barrage plus special red card and slow this game down. And that's pretty much exactly what he did.
Yeah, that might have been the turn that guaranteed Quarantine at least a tie, right?
Yeah.
Limiting Alakazam draw so much and saying, you know what, can't get rid of your attacker, but I can at least get rid of the engine, and that seemed to be what paid off in the end, and it did result in a tie. But both players, I mean, you're at, what, 4-0-2? Not a bad place to be.
No, it can definitely still get more involved into that phase 2 and beyond. I'm sure both players, well, I don't know actually, I guess if you are Mega Greninja player, thinking after that Barnstormer game 1, I just couldn't get over the line again. But yeah, still ridiculously fun to watch, and it can still definitely get a spot in phase 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have, what, 2 more rounds to just get a win, right? Still need to do it. And we got to see Mega Greninja in its prime. I don't think you're going to get much better than that, Shay. I really don't. For that deck, I'm not quite sure if you could, you know, power it with some, you know, somebody's going to figure out a way to do it with Dusknoir, I guarantee. And then, you know, it's, yeah, see, your face says it all, right?
Could you imagine weaving a rare candy Dusknoir on that turn as well? Just Shuriken here,
I got your NAIC deck for any of you Mega Greninja believers right there, right?
You got that some free information right there if you go in NAIC.
4 rare candy. Like, you know, you play your, what, 3-3-3 Dusknoir line and just go. Candy evolve. See ya. Throw the shuriken.
Throw
right?
those shurikens. Yeah, that was. It's interesting. I would have liked to have seen. I think on games 2 and 3, didn't really see the Mega Greninja get too much involved. I'd like to see what an average game of Greninja looks like. I think those games 2 and 3, I think, was suboptimal. Game 1 was, you know, the complete over-end dreamer scenario. What does your normal Mega Greninja game looks like?
Probably that game 3. Maybe fighting back just a little bit harder. I know for me, Shay, whenever I want to test a new deck, I head straight to my locals. Locals are my favorite place ever. You have your best friends, your testing partners, all at locals.
Yes.
And if you want to find your locals, we got something for you to check out.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
So if you're anything like me and like a Mega Greninja player there, you have to cook up your decks that aren't traditionally seen much at events. Get yourself to local. That's why I test them. A lot of them don't come out of there, but if you do want to get yourself to locals as well, like Emily said, she loves them as well, get your smartphone out, scan that QR code there, and it's really simple. All you got to do is punch in where you live, and it'll give you a list of all the closest ones. Emily, I know you love a locals.
Oh, I love a local, Shay, and in my local UK area when I'm over here, I'm actually starting to be a part of a first local for the area. So we have about 8 to 10 players, which is actually pretty big. I'm learning pretty big for the UK. Not a lot of locals are around, but I cannot stress enough that I love my locals. I talk to my locals every day. We have a group chat going. I've also traveled to tournaments with my locals as well. So you want a very supportive environment for you to learn the Pokemon TCG. I know at least for me, I've only had positive experiences learning the Pokemon TCG at locals. People are willing to help you. Just go. People will help you build a deck.
Yeah, honestly, if nothing else, being at our locals, you're going to be at a place with people you see minimum every week who all love Pokemon and like playing the game you enjoy. That right there is a good thing to me. Another good thing to me is if you're watching this, you think, you know what? I want to dash some Mortal Shurikens as well and get myself to the locals, but I don't actually know the rules and how to play. Don't worry, because we have something just for you.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
No, zastanawiam się, czy input lag, czy po prostu tak...
Party menu narration turned on.
Dlatego szkoda tego, że się nie
Alright, let's have a
Press
little
start to
fun
continue.
fact for you. Turin used to be the capital of Italy, and right now it is the capital of our European Special Championships here. The last event here for us in this season. I'm Jay Burton, joined by Freya Pierce. How are we feeling? We're getting towards the business end of the event now.
We are, and we've had a little bit of a sneak peek at who we're going to be featuring for this round, and we're both excited, but for
Party
very
menu
different
narration
reasons,
turned
aren't
on.
we?
Yeah, so one of the decks is one very close to my heart, I must say. We'll get more information on that when we head down there. But then, for another reason...
Hey, I have something new to teach you. Something
we're featuring is one of my locals in Copenhagen.
might even clean your grip in the process.
Someone who's known for
Head to
playing
the spot, and I'll
locals who
fill
play
you
all
in.
like different decks. Yeah, don't quite give away what's being played so far, but I'm not surprised at all to see this player piloting something like this to Turin, and clearly doing very well with it as well.
Yeah, so this next round, honestly, it's going to be a barnstorm. And off the back of the last round where we had the Mega Greninja throwing those mortal shurikens here and everywhere, then we saw the powerful hand, one-hit KO and a 250 mega hit point Pokemon. And I'll tell you what, spoiler alert, we might be seeing some big damage getting thrown about in this round as well.
That Metagross may be, you know, we were talking about Chaos Rising, maybe not the most impactful set in the world, but this Metagross in kind of showing up in two different forms.
Yeah. Yeah. So we saw obviously earlier on in the sloping that metallic hammer. And we'll wait to get to the table before we can tell you just exactly.
Hold on a second. We are ready right now. Let's kick it over to the table.
Come on. Here we go here. So this is some more winning in action here. How do you pronounce that one there, Fred, I should say?
Ingvar Hjartarson.
There we go. Ingvar versus Lorenzo on the right.
So Ingvar, originally actually from Iceland, but currently living in Denmark. So yeah, one of my locals, always a pleasure to play against, always the absolute pleasure to be around, and I'm sure he's going to be very excited to be on stream. Having said that, you were saying it's a win in, but he's playing a 6-0.
Yeah, that was my bad. I just said, they're doing well. They're playing with house money right now, but there is Ingvar. Look at this, the top got a good few accomplishments there. Little regional top 128. Utrecht finishes, and all really recent as well. So Ingvar, I imagine if you was to ask him here though, he's going to want to try and turn one of those into like a top 8 or a champion or beyond.
I think so.
Dobra już. O, dużo. I jeszcze Lorenzo Nebuloni. Tak, na każdym streamie musi być Włoch. Bo w ogóle jak patrząc sobie na Limitlessa, to tych Włochów jest już ponad 1000. Oni stanowią większość. Okej, czy to jest... Czy to jest Steelbox? Okej, no tutaj 2 Rare Candy, co oznacza i Kobosuken, czyli tutaj gramy na Pulta z Blazikenem kontra Steelbox. Aha, czyli Lorenzo gra wersję z Blazikenem. 2 Candy w tym jest to, no o ile Pult z duchami nie ma aż jakieś... Aha, przeczytam co to robi. Kangaskhan, bardzo ciekawe. Co ty z Rocket Kangaskhan, ja się pytam. Okej, ja zaraz wrócę ci kamerka. A co ten Kangaskhan? Do jasnej nędzy. Co zmienia? A, jutro też będzie Day 2 w Turinie. Ale ja się pytam, po co ten Kangaskhan? No, chociaż raczej to jest build, no jak to są te stałe, to raczej musi być tak zwany no, ten bot stalowy. Okej, jest dripping, jest roczyk, ale tak, candy w tym buildzie mogą boleć, no jak już, no zwłaszcza jak chcemy już stawiać no Blazikena w trybie ekspresowym. Jakby na to nie patrzeć. Puffin, dobra. Pas, okej. Znaczy to... no to... O Boże. To chyba... No to idzie po co? Po Petrola? Czy to na pewno nie jest Team Rocket archetyp? A on jest Duńczykiem, dlatego tak trudno go wymówić. Nie, te wszystkie skandynawskie nazwiska są takie trudne. Znaczy na pewno wiemy, że nie jest sprajzowane. Znaczy tak, Ingvar to i tak chce iść drugi. To jest chyba jeden z nielicznych deków, które raczej my chcemy, żeby szły drugie, tak? Tak, to jest jeden z niewielu deków, który chce iść drugi bardziej. Bo on chce odpalić tego trolli. No, ogólnie pult z Blazikenem jest dość ciekawy, chociaż myślę nad jego zamienienie to na szpryca na to. Chodź tu trzeba. Okej, mamy Genesekta i 2 Belumy. No to są normalne, bo nie mogą być grane Stevensowe Belumy. No, do tej paczki jeszcze dołączę ten Exadil. No i Metallic Signal. Oj, kolejny Team Rocket Transriver. Znaczy oboje mają takie dobre paryzy, bo jeden paryzuje 2 Candy. Pytanie, ile gra się Candy w tym? Boże. Znaczy, tutaj jest o tyle przyziemnie, że tutaj mamy tego torczyka. Czy ogólnie pultów z duchami, ale wciąż jest tych normalnych dużo, ale można już zauważyć to, że tych pultów z duchami robi się powoli dużo. Okej, mamy tutaj Jackolaka, Zakolaka. Jak ja mówię, no chłop nie ma Candy. No i Skiruins nie za bardzo się przyda. Znaczy jakby... Znaczy do czego ten Kangask? Znaczy znaczy ja wiem, że tu chyba chodzi o ten drugi atak bardziej. Że wiecie, jak użyjemy tego Petrela, no to zadajemy więcej. O Boże, to będzie tough. Z Crispinem Lili? Chyba jak... Może jest druga Lila? W łapie? Chyba tak. Duża szansa jest na to. A, no zobaczę później, no może jeszcze. A, dobra, miał drugą Lilkę, po prostu. Znaczy, domyślę się, że jak dyskardujesz Lili, to oznacza, że masz drugą na łapie, tak? A czy tam już wiemy, że jest sprezowany chyba jeden Kobosuken? Czyli tam mit ewolucja? Niektóre listy grają tego Chiyu. No jest Blaziken. Tough. Co tam masz? Jest Dragapult. No ale chyba Dragapult to raczej na następną. No tak, kolejny Drippy, chyba Attachment Natury? No i co, pas? Chyba, że jest tam grane jakiś retreat. No. O kurwa, to brzmi jak zły znak. Okej, jest ten metang. Tak, jeszcze to gra górę i fabrykę. Znaczy, Slowking zyskuje, ale to jest ten twist. No nie można, tak? Stalowe, bo jak... Te tłumaczenia niektórych kart są takie klanki. Okej, jest i one. Armia metangów. Okej, jest armia metangów. Dobra, i jedna. A czy to jest taki sznyt, że... był jeszcze no... Znaczy, okej, ma 4. 4. Jedna. Jest jedna. I znowu jedna. Trochę chyba chłop musiał poświęcić biednego torcika. To jest chyba Articuno, który jest chyba trochę kontrą na Alkazama i to jest straszne. Okej, attachment naturę. Boss! Oh no! O Boże, no to... No to już pozamiatane. Okej, jest też jeszcze Wizerę Gigas jako młotek. Okej, jeszcze lepiej, no kurde. Znaczy nie ma miejsca na Regigigasa niestety. Stretcher? Czy energia? Lorenzo jest w nie najlepszej sytuacji. No, to nie, no to Candy boli. To Candy naprawdę boli. To Candy w Prize'ach bardzo boli. Ogólnie 2 Candy w Prize'ach, okej. Jest Crispy. Dobra. No człowieku, weźmij mi to Candy zanim... No cóż, no to jest ten skrótowy Crispin z Crispina i Attach Naturę. 200, no 20 i tam... Armia metangów. A to jest problem, bo tu nie gra się jakiegoś skupę Cyclona, więc to jest taki potencjalny przyszły target. Ten Kangaskhan. Tego najpierw trzeba naładować. Dobra, czyli pierwszy Metal Maker fail. Dobra, drugi ma... O, dobra, mamy 2. Jeszcze jedno. Standardem w tym deku też jest Energy Recycler. Ja... No i tutaj setupuję jeszcze tego dziadka na następną. No jest ten Metal Maker. No Jezusie. A, oczywiście w standardzie w tym deku jest oczywiście granie tego. No dobra, come on. Okej. Tak, chyba będzie łubu-dubu. Jak jeszcze dojdzie góra, no to jesteśmy ugotowani. Dobra. Petrol po górę. Okej, jest tak... Ohydna. No, Gravity Mountain wchodzi. My mind is the mountain. No to jest i ona. Ohydna góra. Boże, ale naładowany ten Metagross. O matko. Ale kurde, bo chłopie, ile candy grasz? No co ty? To trudniej zmieścić. Attachment. Ja bym jeszcze... Okej, boss order... no to chłop idzie kupić czas. I idź i pole! Za zero, nie tak prędko. Lorenzo robi buy time, tak zwane. No ale i tak chłop ma... O, pas. No, chłop kupuje sobie w ten sposób czas. No jeszcze fajnie by było jakby... A ta wersja z Blazikenem ma tą wadę faktycznie, tak zauważam, no... Bo to bez candy nie chodzi, tak? I no Lorenzo nas za to za chwilę beknie po tym, jak nie ma candy. No dobra, ma to sens. Stabilizujemy boarda. Może jeszcze chyba zrobić tak, że jeżeli ma special red kartę, to rzeczywiście zdisruptować. Oho, down. Okej, down idzie po... Na pewno po Dragapulta i potem co? Czy you? No tak, czy you stał się standardem. I idzie pan! No chłop chyba myśli. Okej. Jak nie poleci stamp, no to Lorenzo jest ugotowany. No, jak nie poleci jakiś disrupt, no to będzie dupa. Ale Jezus, ale candy zabolało. Ja co robimy? Chyba jest tak. No, w tym jest faktycznie więcej do roboty. Aha, no, nie mówi mi to nic. To nie jeszcze skibidi. Ja bym przebiła jeszcze stadion. Nie, nie będzie potrzebny chyba. Nie, no raczej przebijanie nie ma sensu, bo w sumie to będzie chodziło o to, że tym ground metalerem Jaj, knockout. No i góra poleciała. O dobra, mamy Lorenzo i co tam se wziął? Kurde, to cudownie, że no, czasami wtyczki nie działają. Dobra, Energy Recycler. Mhm. Okej, no to odpowiedział tak. Jedna. A, no co dalej? No, Metal Maker jedna. Z ręki. Teraz do tego stampik. Kojarzę. Czek, czy kogoś peron nie odjedzie? Aha, no chyba raczej Candy nie wie. Dobra, Yasuko Bosuken. Nice Ifes. Nowa Recon. Jest energia. Stuff. No chyba tak będzie. Boss. No raczej Gigas to jest zagrożeniem. To ja widzę zagrożenie, automatycznie je likwiduje. Risky Ruins i... Nie! Zaczekaj! No ale tej z raptu nie ma, tak czy siak. Okej, zaczekaj, użyłeś przed chwilą bossa. Co on... No dobrze, że go ktoś powstrzymał. Dobra, chyba będzie knockout na Kangaskanie? Ale też nie znalazł tego. No właśnie, bo tutaj ktoś musiał powstrzymać chłopa, bo już miał użyć. No ale, o Boże, to Candy to zabolało, no. O Boże, oni wiedzą, że on ma tam Brave Bungalow, Jezus. Czy on ma? Okej, ma. Dobra, no to pierwszą rundę wygrywa Ingvar. No, ale te Candy 2 to musiało naprawdę boleć. Ale też chyba trochę pokazuje problem, czemu tam Blazykenowa wersja upadła. Znaczy na papierze ona niby ma dobre matchupy, ale rozkładanie tej wersji jest cięższe zdecydowanie niż na przykład tej z duchami. No poza tym tutaj Candy w price'ach bardziej boli niż... No, ale raczej taka śmieszna talia, którą można potraktować jako ciekawostkę bardziej. Ale była to taka torfowa sytuacja. O no tutaj jeszcze gorsze prizy. Tak, Ingvar sprajzował 2 Genesekty. Okej. No to chyba będziemy jednak kończyli. A szkoda.